What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout
Andreas Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
Duff leaving himself on 116 to take out the opening leg. Trouble 19 found to leave himself double top. Brilliant shot from Neil Duff to square this game up at one apiece. Trouble 17 leads himself a dart to double 18 to level up superbly.
Double 11.
Game
Just like that.
He's been extremely impressive tonight. Does he go for it? Why not? He has been magnificent tonight.
Hello, welcome to Double Trouble Thursday here at the Modus Super Series. 2 sessions for you over the course of the next 13 hours, and we kick off this afternoon by seeing Group C in action. And in this group, we've actually got 3 players that dropped off the Pro Tour at the end of 2024. It may well be the best night we've ever seen for a Group C in the history of the Modus Super Series. So, when we've got a big day, we need a big name pundit. Matthew Edgar's here anyway. Great to see you again, Matt. And just in terms of this group, you look at the lineup. This is as stacked as we've seen for a Group C, isn't it?
I've never seen a Group C like this, ever. I mean, if we go right back to the start of where the Super Series came from, then yeah, we might have seen them back in the day. But we certainly haven't seen them since the Super Series has been run how it is now. And you can see the lineup we've got. You mentioned the 3 players that have just dropped off the Pro Tour recently, and one of them did so by choice. Steve Beaton was the favourite to win Group A. He's ended up in the bottom half of the table, which just shows how strong this week really is.
Well, that's the tournament bracket. Group B later on tonight. Leonard Gates won Group A yesterday. After that little bit of a blip in the first 2 games, he was head and shoulders away the best player in the group, wasn't he?
He had consistency, didn't he? And that was the key. Like, everyone's showing flashes of brilliance at times and showing the flashes of the qualities of the reason of why their CVs are so strong. However, when it came down to who's going to repeat it, who's going to be more reliable, it was Leonard Gates. His finishing was the key. Finishing was absolutely superb.
So this is the table in Group A. In fact, Steve Beaton got into Group C on 16 points. That was how competitive things was. 8 points from top to bottom. Neil Duff, bottom of the group on 10 points. Again, seldom happens. So that is Group A. As you can see, Beaton, Whitlock and Duff will join Keegan Brown, Adrian Gray and Mark Dudbridge in Group C this afternoon. Let's talk about some of the runners and riders then that are in action. And first of all, I just want to talk about the 3 players that have dropped into the group. Do you expect them to be the 3 competitive horses in there?
Yes, but I also think there's going to be a lot that's coming into this group as well. You know, we look at Keegan Brown being one of the players that's just dropped off the tour. Talks very well at the moment in regards to this being sort of a rebuild year where he wants to be back on the tour. It's not like he's come off and gone, right, I want to wind things down. He's come off and he wants to go again. So this is like a continuum for Keegan Brown, which makes this a very important tournament for him. Mark Dudbridge, we've seen him sort of not take the game too seriously. Then he comes here to the Super Series and gets encouraged very quickly, doesn't he, when he kicks off quite well. And I think the first couple of games could really be key for Mark Dudbridge. I think if he starts well, he's going to continue to do so. It's going to be a tightly contested group. None of these players want to be in this situation where only 2 out of the 6 are going to go through.
Interesting. I was having a chat with Adrian Gray this morning. He's actually playing a little bit of everything. Now, we know he's a very good soft tip player, and he's actually playing a little bit of both so far in 2025. How do you think that can affect playing in this tournament?
He's just enjoying the game, isn't he? Enjoying the darts. Now, there's not too much difference for Adrian Gray in regards to the difference between the soft tip and the steel tip. He uses pretty much the same sort of equipment. A lot of the time we see people on the soft tip, they use lighter darts, they use sort of slimmer flights because their angle of entry has to be flatter. And he uses the same sort of setup here with steel tip. So it's kind of just the changing of the board. Yes, you get sort of different sizes. There's different versions of the game. They don't always play 501. A lot of the time it's cricket. A lot of the time it's adaptations of the 01 game. So I don't think this is going to be too much of an issue. I think he's going to come in and do what he normally does. He'll enjoy the format. He's got some good memories of this format from the World Grand Prix. So I'm sure he's going to be someone to keep an eye on, and he'll certainly be in that mix.
I want to cast your eye on the odds because they make for very interesting reading, mainly because of how tight this group is. Steve Beaton goes off 11-8. I think the bookmakers, whatever group they're in, are just going to make him the favourite regardless of the context. But who may represent a little bit of value, maybe for that second position in the group?
Any of them. Simon Whitlock, I think, has been a bit underwhelming this week. It's not going to continue, I'm sure, and he may see opportunity here. Neil Duff, it's sort of been tinkering with darts a little bit, but if he finds his way 5-1, what we're going to get from Keegan Brown, there's value there. So I think whoever you fancy today, you're going to get some value. Maybe Steve Beaton, I think, is probably the only one that feels a little short.
Is the truth that we don't really quite know where the 2 from 6 is coming from, where usually in a Group C you can have a rough guide?
You saw through me, did you? You
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, you saw through that, because I don't know. I've been studying this all through last night and this morning, trying to come up with an answer of what I thought my 2 would be, and every time I think I get it, I change it. And in regards to that, I've just got to see how these first couple of fixtures go. I think that's when you can really make a decision on that, but I expect there's going to be a few odds upset early on.
Off that fence, Matt. 18 plus, gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today. And we're going to see Keegan Brown in action in the first game of the session. He takes on Neil Duff. He finished bottom of Group A on Wednesday afternoon. For Keegan, well, he's used to sitting in these chairs, isn't he, in the commentary box at the Super Series. But he's swapped one of these for the 3 darts in hand over the course of the next couple of days. And his first assignment was to do something which is, well, become a little bit familiar for him, having a chat with me. Keegan, different capacity for yourself today here at the Super Series. How much are you looking forward to playing here for the first time?
Yeah, definitely. I'm looking forward to it ever since January. So let's get the darts going.
How have you found life off tour?
I would say less hectic, but I've actually been more busier than I was last year. So, yeah, it's mixed emotions, but, you know, I'm just very glad that there's a chance for me to still be able to play this week.
In some ways, you've been on the tour for 12 years. Is it actually quite a nice change of environment for yourself?
Yeah, yes and no. It's annoying. Obviously, I lost my tour card, but you know what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, doesn't it? So hopefully, it'll be a good bit of a bounce back this year with the help with the Super Series, and you know get my tour card by next year.
You played the World Grand Prix on a few occasions. How much could that experience of double start help you going into this week?
Well, to be fair, let's be honest, the last time I played double start was like nearly 6 years ago. So, well, there's been a lot of darts since then, but you know, I've been practicing for the last week double start, so, you know, touch wood.
Have you heard about the record of commentators winning things here at the Super Series?
It's not a good record, is it?
It's not a good record.
No, to be fair, there's records to be broken, so let's break it this weekend.
But in terms of groups, that Group C, you look at some of the names in there. I mean, you're one of 3 players that were on tour last year. You, Simon, Steve, you're applying your trade on the Pro Tour as well as Group C's go. This is as brutal as it gets, isn't it? Yeah,
but that starts, isn't it? And, you know, even if you've not got the tour card, you're still playing against tool card quality of players. So, you know, as I would say, just bring it.
Well, looking forward to watching you in action. Keegan, good luck over the course of the day.
Thank you.
In action against Neil Duff. He's not one of the favourites to go on and win this Group C. He's 7-1 with the odds good players. Neil Duff 5-1. They're in the middle of the pack, but they'll be hoping to be in the top 2 come the end of proceedings. Keegan playing his first ever match in this building. And it's a bit weird when you have players like Keegan who spent time in this commentary box and then they play their trade. On the stage, the 32-year-old from Newport who made sure the Isle of Wight part was in there. Nicknamed the Needle because of A, his work, and B, he's not too far from the Needles. Up against Neil Duff, the 52-year-old from Ballyclare in Northern Ireland. He won the inaugural Double Trouble tournament. That was back in February last year. The Duff man looking to double up in this particular competition and become the first ever player to win 2 specials weeks here at the Super Series. Keegan beginning the day by having a little bit of a juggling act and Juggling all the scores today will be our illustrious referee, Paul Hinks, a man who has officiated 4 PDC World Championship finals.
Keegan to throw
Refereed
first.
the ADC Global finale last
Game
year.
on.
And it is Keegan Brown that's going to get us underway in this opening game of the session. He will start on double 16, Keegan. And if he does have any struggles, he'll head down for double 19
No
potentially. Whereas we know with Neil Duff's MO, he's going to be going double top at the start.
It's been working well for him as well, hasn't it, this week? But instantly my eye is drawn straight to the equipment here that Neil
60.
Duff is using. This was a set he was trying to get used to last year, if you remember. He was trying to move away from sort of the Joe Cullen darts that he's been traditionally using for the last sort of couple of
70.
years. And it's been a bit of a tinkerer this week, now giving these ones another go. And actually, there's not too much difference with these darts in regards
100.
to the ones that he likes, but these are ones that are made for him. And these are ones that at times he has played some very special stuff with here at the Super Series. And be
58.
interesting to see if he can refine that form again. He will be certainly fancying the task.
I think the timing as well, I think, will be more suited to Neil. And he's always said
85.
he's never phased about what group he's in. If he doesn't win Group A, he's not someone that has to play in Group B at all costs. He doesn't mind where he pitches his 10. He can deal with it. He can work with whatever group he's in, whatever
43.
scenario is faced with him. But this is a Group C of completely different proportions, completely different to the setup we see from this type of session
60.
during a regulation week, at least anyway. I mean, Keegan Brown against Neil Duff is a bona fide Group A, if not Group B game. You wouldn't expect to see these two in Group C unless they had played in Group A and both struggled.
134.
I think struggle's kind of a word that maybe he'd used to describe the start of the season, though, really, for Keegan Brown, wouldn't it? He lost his tour card at the back end of the year, went to
100.
Q School, didn't really produce what he'd have been hoping or expecting in that event. Certainly for a player who's won a couple of PDC Pro Tour titles.
140. Neil car 96.
But settling well here.
Duff is looking to get off to the quick start, looking at double 18, bends the wire with the first. And then
Each on the
fires home
first
with the
leg,
second
Neil.
to get the breaker forward to lead 1-0. And just a reminder, if you have joined us for the
Second leg, Neil,
first
the
time
first.
this week
Game on.
at Double Trouble, best of 5, first of 3. Unlike the usual Super Series format, which is best of 7, first of 4. Duff away first start in leg 2. And he's off perfectly at the
160.
start of leg 2.
There's a steeliness and a focus about Neil Duff today. Something that maybe he lost in his Group A campaign, maybe due to the fact of how the
No score.
campaign started. If you feel like you're chasing all the time, you can never really find that sort of steely focus that he seems to be
85.
playing with here. Yes, a little shake of the head with the second dart, but able to recover the situation with the last, which is something that he's not been able to do so far this week. It's either
No
all or
score.
nothing.
Well, one thing's become very evident very quickly. Keegan Brown is struggling to get away.
140.
And I just wonder, and we can delve a bit more into it as the day goes along, that when you're going through what Keegan's going through in terms of possible struggles, in terms of
No score. Neil the car
working things out,
116.
is coming straight into a double start tournament going to help in terms of building confidence? But Duff has already taken out the 116 this week. So he's not going to
76.
take it out twice. And that would have been, by the way, for the first brush we've ever seen at Double Trouble.
Well, he was asking about confidence. That's not going to build confidence if you're setting records for wooden spoons.
No score.
Oh, no.
Neil the car
Oh,
40.
no, there's an opportunity. Neil Duff loves this target. He's been finding it without problems.
Double 10. 2 5s.
35.
Well, Keegan has missed or been subject to 4 opportunities against the first ever brush in this tournament.
36.
He's away. He's
Neil
saved
Car
that
5.
indignity. You know what's going to happen now. Neil's
Each
going to
on
hit
the
that
second
first
leg,
dart.
yellow.
It was always going to happen after Keegan got away there. 2-0 though to the Duff
Third
man.
leg, Keegan to throw
Keegan
first.
smiling
Game on.
through the pain. He's seeing the funny side of it. but let's just say the numbers don't make for good reading. And of course he's away first start.
I get a feeling
71.
if you was to ask Keegan to describe the last 3 minutes of his life, he would just say, well, that starts, isn't it?
No score.
And now Neil Duff, unable to get off with the opening 3 times. Wouldn't it be so ironic if we get a complete
60.
flip reversal?
All I know is Keegan must be glad that
100.
that didn't happen, because considering he sits in seats like yours, he would never ever be allowed to get away with it.
100. $85.
Again, last start in hand there for Neil Duff. Shows a good mental state. Getting stronger as the visit goes on. He does have Adrian
60.
Gray in his next game, Neil Duff, before he takes on the favourite Steve Beaton. So there's an opportunity to try and build a bit of confidence before that game by picking up a couple of results. And the way this game is going, he's going to be
100.
mightily disappointed if he can't see this one out.
$59.
Keegan's left himself first to finish in this third leg, but Duff will feel like he's going to leave himself in a handier position.
140.
And will leave himself in a handier position. Brown's going to have to take this out, otherwise he should face a match start against him. Down for treble 17. Would have left him tops, and so Duff should at the very least get a dart at that particular target to win the match.
91. Neil the car, 76.
Well, this was a comprehensive 3-0 win. Double 8
Game shot
for
on the mark,
perfect
Neil Duff.
start for Neil Duff. He beats Keegan Brown by 3 legs to 0. There was a leg midway through where Keegan nearly got brushed, but it's Duff who's made of the right stuff, and he wins that opening battle by 3 legs to 0. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Whitlock! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Neil Duff got the better of Keegan Brown by 3-0. Decent performance from Neil, average of 86.71, 3 from 8 on his doubles. Keegan Brown almost got brushed in one of those legs. I'm sure he'll want to brush that one aside. Next up for us, Adrian Gray, playing for the first time here at Double Trouble. The 44-year-old from St Leonard's-on-Sea, the Conqueror, playing here at Double Trouble for the first time. 3-time weekly semi-finalist in the normal format. Whitlock also playing in his first Double Trouble campaign, and also playing in his first Group C campaign is the Wizard. Didn't quite go to plan, did Group A. Never really got out the traps, if the truth be told. Quarter-finalist Adrian back in 2007 at the World Grand Prix. That was following that superb victory where he got the better of Phil Taylor in the first round. At that point, he was only the third player in the history of the competition to turn off the power in Dublin. That was despite losing the first 2 legs of the first round match. But it was that double 16, which he rarely missed during that contest, which helped him towards success. And a little bit like Keegan Brown, if the double 16 don't go to plan, he'll move across the other side of the board to double 18. But Whitlock off straight away. To expect a different version of Simon Whitlock when you consider the time of day he's playing in.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's going to benefit a few of the players. I think Steve Beaton's going to be someone that benefits from that as well. But just going back to that Adrian Gray moment in regards to the World Grand Prix, he actually packed his bags. He was ready to go home. He didn't expect it. He had to find extra accommodation after beating Phil Taylor.
97.
But that event did and still does throw up some big shocks in regards to professional darts, and that's why we enjoy the format so much. When you think back to the World Grand Prix, remember Kevin Painter coming onto the scene, beating Phil Taylor, and I think maybe even more out of the blue was the victory of Andy Calaby, who
57.
beat Phil Taylor in the double-in, double-out format. Simon Whitlock himself reaching the final of that format. Lost out to Daryl Gurney.
99.
Gurney picking up his first major title. Simon Whitlock's fond memory of that was the old arm incident, if you remember. Daryl Gurney sort of walking at him, pulling away last minute.
Yeah, it was definitely a fiery final, that one at the City West one, which went all the way to a last set, which, as you mentioned, Gurney would edge out 5-4. And that was at a time when Whitlock was finding a real resurgence in his career. He had a couple of lean years, was dropping out of the Premier League, but rediscovered his mojo, didn't he, around about that time?
If I'm not mistaken, that was also the same year that John Henderson, Super Series regular, also beat a very peak in form Michael van Gerwen, which again goes up in possibly one of the top 5 upsets of all time. And have you noticed that these top upsets always happen on this format?
And also, particularly with the Grand Prix as well, the first round is best of 3 sets. And we say at the World Championship where there could be jeopardy when it's best of 5, let alone when it's best of 3 and you add in the element of double start. There's such a susceptibility for the seeds in the early stages of that competition. It's been proved so many times over the years. Maybe not as many upset winners as you'd expect in the Grand Prix. Mike de Decker out of the blue last year, but even when Alan Warner won it, he was still lurking around the top echelons of the sport at that time, as Whitlock gets a break by pinning
Same like
that
Simon
88
is
checkout.
first. Game
Well, the
on.
record holder, isn't he, Alan Warren, in regards to the best average? And we've had some good ones this week as well. One of them was hit against Simon Whitlock. That one came on Monday. Leonard Gates popping in 100-plus average there. We've also had a 100-plus average hit
111.
against Leonard Gates. That was done on Tuesday by Robert Thornton. And do you know what, Henry? I don't think that's where it ends. I think we're going to see some more three-figure averages this week, which is very rare for this
54.
format. It takes... You've got to be in and out, haven't you? Probably around about sort of 50%.
Pretty much, but what also helps you is the fact that it's a best-of-5 format, so
137.
it can kill an average if you have one really bad leg, but it can really inflate it if you have one really good leg. Averages in individual games probably isn't the best metric when it's this short a format to
100.
judge players by. So it'd be more relevant when we look at the overall daily averages in terms of how the players are getting on. Because as I mentioned, one leg can completely change everything when it is only best of 5. And in some
100.
cases, there may only be 3 legs in a match.
Well, taking a look at the stats then from Group A, Adrian Gray wasn't here for the start of the week. He's joined us today for the very first time in this Double Trouble week.
40.
Simon Whitlock, however,
Samuel Carr 153.
was the bottom average of all 6 players in the Group A campaign. Did have 9 180s. Highest
88.
average of the week is also the lowest of all the players' highest average, just 86.22. So a bit of work to do there, and that's surprising because Simon Whitlock's checkouts are very, very strong.
97. Samuel Carr
44%.
65.
The strongest of anyone in the group. He's just not getting down there quick enough. And he's had 1 dart at a double in this game and hit it. Make
49.
that 2 darts at a double and hit 1.
Well, it's been an irony that the stuff at the beginning and the end have been okay for Simon, but it's been the bits around the middle which has been really suspect. And in fact, Simon's the only player this week of the Group A players, that is anyway,
85.
not
Samuel
to
Carr,
register an
16.
average in excess of 90. And his current moment in time, he's averaging 84.5, but he's got a blocker in the way of that double 8. And that's made it even tougher.
Game shot
But
on
he's
the second
somehow
leg,
found a
Simon
way
Whitlock.
through. That's an incredible third dart. And Simon Whitlock opens up a 2-leg
Third
lead
leg
in this
Adrian
match.
through first. Game on.
You always got to pick positives. That's the key to success. Simon Whitlock's been around long enough to know you can't dwell on negatives. And having 44% checkout rate in a double start week, he can say to himself, well,
111.
I'm checking out well, so that means my doubles are strong, so I should be able to get in quickly. I'm going to get opportunities in this Group C campaign.
111.
And he's sort of got an okay start here. Starting off against Adrian Gray, started off strong, 2-0 up as things stand. Looking to follow in the footsteps of Neil Duff with a 3-0 success.
60.
He's then got Mark Dudbridge, who we've yet to see yet. He's coming up next against Steve Beaton. And then he plays Keegan Brown, who's just lost 3-0. So
121.
it could be a decent start for him here before he has to play, certainly what the odds compilers think are the big ones in the market here. Steve Beaton, Neil Duff.
125.
He's got him first start in every single leg in this match as Simon, and even the couple of misses he had at the end of a leg never were really punished by Adrian. It's been a solid
99.
enough start to the day for Simon Whitlock without it really being spectacular. But he now looks at the big fish to wrap up a 3-0 victory to kick off his session.
45. Samuel Carr 170.
Be some way to win it. Still not got above 135 in terms of biggest checkout of the week so far, but we're going to see the biggest of them all here. A diversion into the single 5 says no.
115. Adrian Carr 160.
It's the ball sends the message. Well, that's a great lie for the treble 20. It's not going to give him a dart out of finish it, but it's going to allow him to set it up
140.
perfectly. Should Simon
55.
Whitlock not be able to keep this great checkout rate going?
Double top for Whitlock.
Game shot on the match.
And
Simon
double
Whitlock.
top is found for the Wizard to wrap up a 3-0 victory against Adrian Gray. So the 2 players who dropped out of Group A have won the first 2 games on Thursday afternoon. Whitlock with a 3-0 success against Adrian Gray. Mark Dudbridge takes on Steve Beaton. This is a trip down memory lane after the break.
$54. Charlie require 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
requires
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's giving George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where it is back-to-back 3-0 wins for the 2 players that have dropped out of Group A so far. Neil Duff against Keegan Brown, and before the break, Simon Whitlock against Adrian Gray, and Steve Beaton will be hoping for more of the same as he takes on Mark Dudbridge in Game 3 of the session. Dudbridge, the 52-year-old from Bristol, twice a weekly semi-finalist in the Super Series format, nicknamed Flash. Up against Steve Beaton, the 6-year-old from North Walsham. The runner-up at the Legends League is the bronzed Adonis. Now, I'm going to let you into a little bit of a secret. We spent a little bit of time in the company of Mark Dudbridge this morning, myself and Matthew Edgar, pre-recording Tungsten
First leg,
Talk,
Mark,
which you'll
the
see on
first.
Pluto TV
Game
at
on.
some point. And we learnt a lot about Mark Dudbridge in that particular interview, it's fair to say. But how is his darts going to do the talking?
No
We
shot.
are about to find out.
$40.
Well, one thing he did allude to in that was he's not quite spending as much time on the board these days, just want to play in a few more tournaments, or never turn down an opportunity to play here at the Super Series, or in any of the seniors events should the invitations arise. But one thing he did kind of say is he needs good starts just to sort of get some confidence in it and to sort of give him the confirmation of what is in his mind, which he is still that player. He's still the player who won the World Masters. He's still the guy who was in the final of the World Match Play and the World Championship in his mind. He needs to see that coming through onto the board.
Well, it's interesting that he was saying probably without projects like this or the World Seniors, we probably would never see him play again. He admitted that he was a retired dart player. He was going back into the trade and owning a business in that particular industry. But now, doesn't play, as you mentioned, or practice as much as he wants, but he's rediscovered a love for the sport and a enjoyment of the game in the few bits he does play.
That's it. You know, we all watch this, we all follow it intently, and we want to see the best in regards to the viewership and the entertainment factor, but there's also that real life factor as well. You've got to enjoy what you do. And he's found a way now that you can enjoy it. And when you're enjoying it, that's when you'll be your best. Or the best version that you can be right now.
Steve car 20.
Well, Steve Beaton was so safe in terms of not busting the score. He actually hit double top. And 210s is not a problem for the Ponsadonis to get the break. In matter of fact, the three Group A players haven't dropped a leg so far today. And here's a statistic for you in terms of how the week has panned out. We played 47 games prior to this one. And of those matches, 30 of them have been won by the player throwing second in games.
No score.
I'm just asking our official Paul Hinks if the dart was in the tops. Obviously been watching this week, seen Steve Beaton hit the tops and continue to throw at it. And he'll continue to throw at it a bit longer. Yeah, 6 darts and no success yet from Steve Beaton after breaking the throw in the opening leg.
No score.
12 darts between them. And counting.
32.
I think it's the first leg we've had this week where both players have really struggled like that.
Well, Mark Dudbridge involved in one of the most famous legs, wasn't he, at the World Grand Prix?
No score. $59. $36.
For Mark, eventually up and running with dart 12 of the leg. Fair to say that the averages aren't too great after that
57.
exchange.
But Steve Beaton not doing any damage there. Mark Dudbridge taking 12 darts to get off. You think Steve Beaton would be nearly on the setup play now in regards to getting down to a combination finish. Instead,
100.
just a ton scored and they're pretty much level.
Nothing really to separate the pair as Beaton looks to begin to make his move. 140 there, leads himself close to an outshot, and realistically Dudbridge is probably going to have to fill it up. But in terms of power scorers in this building, there's probably not many better than Mark Dudbridge. He holds the record for the most 180s in a match from a player, 7 in a game against Wes Newton. Obviously that was in a best of 7 leg format, as opposed to the best of 5 that we've had here in Double Trouble. But when he has this innate ability to power score, even when he struggles in legs, such as in that infamous leg, he will always give himself an opportunity to claw the disadvantage back.
130.
But he may have to take out this 130 to level up. And he should get a dart at the ball, providing he stays straight. Does so, didn't contemplate the treble. Bullseye!
99.
Not just have the players from Group C coming into the group not won a leg yet. That's the first dart any of them have had a double so far. 2-0 Beaton. Well, this is an onslaught from the Group A graduates.
Third leg marked to through first. Game on.
We gave it the big build, didn't we, this Group C, saying it's going to be competitive, and how the players in Group A are not going to want to drop into here and have that 2 from 6 scenario. However, the Group
28.
A players have come in against the darts and have yet to lose a leg. It is 8-0 in regards to the players that have played
146.
already this week compared to those that have just come in.
Well, it was Shrove Tuesday, wasn't it, early on this week? And for the players that have come into Group C,
100.
they must be feeling flat as a pancake right now.
I didn't realise that was this week. When was that?
Tuesday.
43.
Fell right into that trap, didn't I?
You even said
59.
Shrove Tuesday.
$100.
I think the concerning thing for the players that have
59.
just come in here as well to this group is they haven't really managed to land any sort of blow. Keegan Brown didn't get a dart at a double. Adrian Gray didn't
45.
get a dart at a double. For the players that are coming in, not only have they not won a leg, only 1 dart at a double across the 3 matches, and that was Mark Dudbridge when he had a dart at the bullseye. So they're going to have to pick it up in lap for number 2, where
137.
it's going to be that same
Super
scenario
Car
again.
167.
The players drop out of Group A will be taking on the newbies of the week.
85. Mark your car 118.
So, Mark Dudbridge looking at 118 to extend the game, and he's got a lovely marker there for the treble. I think the biggest surprise was he didn't utilise, and he says, oh wow.
82. Super
He's
car
left himself on a
82.
double, but is he going to get a look? Beaton, 82 for the match. Into the 7. And so, 75 left. Still persevered on the 25, despite the fact that the bed would have been
26.
blocked.
Mark your car 36.
So 2 18s. Beautiful guide. Surely an in off here.
18.
Unable to get.
Super car
He's had 3
56.
darts to win leg 3. Beaton for the clean sweep. Not for the first time this week, as he hit double 16 to leave double 12.
Getting shown
And he
a match,
pins the
Steve
double
Beaton.
12. And he wins 3-0. And the 3 players from Group A have won 3-0 in their opening round of matches. Steve Beaton, the latest to Batterman opponents. He's beaten Mark Dudbridge by 3 legs to 0. Neil Duff takes on Adrian Gray after the break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we are round down in terms of our fixtures on this Thursday afternoon. And it's 3-3-0 victories for the players that have played in Group A. Neil Duff, Simon Whitlock and Steve Beaton all winning by that particular margin. Next up for us, it is Neil Duff up against Adrian Gray. Adrian not just lost to Simon Whitlock by 3-0, but he didn't even get a dart to the outer ring to win a leg. As for Neil Duff, well, he didn't let Keegan Brown have a sniff of a chance. In fact, he missed 4 darts to brush Keegan in a leg in that particular contest. It's game 4 of the day here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. An intriguing affair between Duff and Gray. Matthew Edgar is alongside me in the commentary box for this one. And for Neil Duff, I know he didn't have much thrown back at him by Keegan Brown, but there was some signs in that particular contest that maybe his game's just beginning to click back together.
And as a player, he will take the responsibility for that. He will say to himself, he didn't play well because I didn't let him. I controlled that from start to finish. I started strong, I finished strong, and everything in between was good. And then he'll just be looking to repeat that. If you do it once, it's okay. If you get it done twice, that's when you start to believe in yourself. And Neil will sense an opportunity then to continue this trend of Saturday nights here at the Super Series, but
no score.
Not quite hitting the ground running in this one.
Well, it's taken him a couple of visits to get going, and Adrian Gray against the darts in this match has a chance to really manoeuvre his way through this leg. And when you have been beaten 3-0 and you haven't had a dart at a double, this is probably the ideal way to start his second match. A leg without too much fuss, he will hope.
60.
And for the newcomers, this would be a chance to get the first leg on the board for them.
120.
That diverted so far across that for a second, Paul Hinks looked like he was in the line of fire.
60.
Plenty of time on side for the 175 for Adrian Gray to get the opening leg on the board.
$100.
So to persevere on the 20s, and Neil does so far behind in the leg.
140. Adrian at 75.
Two trials, his first dart and a double to win a leg today. And he's taken it, and it's a 14-darter. And for the Group C cohort, their first leg combined so far today.
He's played here on Saturday night, hasn't he, on a few occasions now, Adrian Gray. Not just getting his place here 36. At the Super Series, but he's made good use of it. And normally gets quite a bit of support as well on a Saturday night. I'm sure they're tuning in, watching along today, because they'll know the task that he's got and the challenge that's ahead. And it's something that he normally relishes, Adrian Gray. He likes this sort of environment where you sort of feel up against it.
93.
You don't walk around with a shirt with the name The Conqueror on it if you don't like the battle.
And I think he is one of those players that subscribes to that mantra, the harder they come, the bigger they fall.
Don't you mean the bigger they are?
That.
85. $60.
You'll be disappointed with that. That was a perfect dart, really, for Adrian Gray, just on the bottom wire. It's another one of these that like the darts to land flat. Traditional sort of angle of entry for someone who uses these
100.
slim flights like Adrian Gray does. See here, likes to build towards
60.
the treble.
The other car, 96.
Duff 96. And just like Adrian Gray in the previous leg, plenty of time to break the throw.
38.
He's left himself on 58 to square the score at 1-1.
$140. Neil the car 58.
It's double top to level up at
Game
one
shot of the
apiece.
second
Neil
leg,
Duff
Neil
pins
Duff.
it to the top left-hand corner. We have a level game. And we haven't
Level
said
Neil
that
Duff for the
at
first.
all
Game on.
today. In fact, it's the first leg that's been won by a player on the left-hand side of the draw bracket all session.
40.
Our starting hand finds the tops to get himself into the leg. And Neil will
32.
know that first leg was a real disappointment, but since then he really has improved.
100.
It was an excellent start for Adrian with 14 data, but hasn't been able to since really keep up that scoring power.
Well, this format, you get the chance really, don't you, to make one mistake. You can't make two.
137.
And he sort of used his life early up there, Neil Duff. And since then, like you say, foot to the floor, stepping on the gas.
180.
And stepping up the ante is the Duff man.
$60.
Trailed 1-0, but it's got 6 outs here for 181 to lead 2-1.
140.
Really going through the gears well. Ton 180, 140 in this leg, having kicked off with the third dart of the first visit. On for potential 14 darter of his own.
91. Neil the car
And Adrian has
41.
nothing by way of response himself. So 6 outs from here. Double top. He's got a great marker. Clips it off the
Game
barrel.
shown the
In it
third
goes.
leg, Neil
15 darter. Neil does turn the screw and turn this tie around.
Fourth leg, Adrian to
He
third
trailed
first.
1-0
Game
because
on.
of a good leg of Adrian's. But now he finds himself 2-1 up.
$146.
Really good start that for Adrian, piling the pressure on Neil Duff. He
No
does have
fault.
the insurance policy of throwing for the match in the next leg if he loses this one, but you don't really want to have the jeopardy of a last leg decider, particularly at best of 5.
59. $40.
Just keeps the interest levels there for Neil Duff. But those levels may just be lowering here.
140.
Adrian Gray, great leg, 9 darts thrown down to a finish. Looks like we're going to be going the distance.
85. Adrian car 156.
156. Another one of them. Would have left double 18, not to be on this particular occasion.
140.
But that 140 leaves himself on double 8 after 12. In terms of quality, this is up there, one of the best games of the week so far. Averaging 94.02 is
45.
Adrian.
Adrian car 16.
And on the cusp of levelling us up and giving us our first last leg decider of the day. 2
shown the
8s,
fourth leg,
13
Adrian
data,
Gray.
high quality affair, and it has its fitting finale.
Fifth and final leg, Neil.
Most
to third
competitive
first.
game of the
Game
day
on.
as well, hasn't it? The first 3 games just sort of went by in the blink of an eye, where there wasn't really matches. They were just games, wasn't they? If we use that play on the words, a match. 2 people battling it out.
120.
Similar sort of standards and levels. Certainly didn't get that in game 1, 2 and 3. But that was a big dart for Adrian Gray. Neil Duff kicking off and kicking off well. Forced Adrian Gray
70.
to do the same. He's in. We're batting. We're swinging. But it is double advantage to Neil Duff, that of the scoreboard and the darts in the hand.
100.
Well, this could be one of those games that, despite how well Adrian Gray is playing, Neil Duff's matchcraft may well be the determining factor. Switching it on in the leg, he has to. But Gray is serving it up to the former WDF World Champion. It's pretty much as you were after 6 darts apiece. See, now a couple of times in here, if he's not 100% fully settled, he'll just step back for a second.
140.
And that 140 leads himself on a finish after 9. Adrian needs a similar score here.
$60. Neil the car.
That one just dropped away, didn't it? Didn't quite propel the dart correctly. And it was one of those again where you expected at least a treble, but what Neil Duff got there was the luxury of a setup play, which he uses superbly there to set him up on double 16 for the match and for back-to-back victories.
100.
4 points on 4.
Well, Group A didn't go to plan for the Duff man, but his secondary group has got off to the perfect start. 2 wins and 2 for Neil Duff. And how many times does he do it here, where as the week moves on, we see the best from him? 2 victories and 2 matches for the former WDF World Champion. Adrian Gray was 12 points better off in terms of the averages, but Neil Duff doing what mattered most, on throw, on his legs. He wins by 3 legs to 2. Coming up next, Steve Beaton up against Keegan Brown. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
What a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion
Red dart, double 12.
Game shown the second leg.
Now we can see great darts.
Well, that'll do. And so will that.
And the Week 2 Modus Super Series champion, Jensen Walker!
A teenage dream fulfilled.
The Interceptor, Jensen Walker!
So that is the list of winners so far in Modus Super Series 10. The action will restart on Monday morning. And we'll have the list of players for you later on this evening during our evening coverage, which gets underway from 10 o'clock on Pluto TV. Match 5 of our day sees Steve Beaton and Keegan Brown go toe-to-toe at the picturesque Modus Live Lounge here in Ports. It really has become one of the most famous and recognisable arenas within the sport. Keegan playing here for the very first time and telling Paul Hinks about his footwear. But he's going to have to kick into gear here. Up against Steve Beaton, who'll be looking to put the boot into Keegan, who lost 3-0 to Neil Duff in his opening match. Didn't even get a dart at a double in that particular contest. As for Steve, well, he also won 3-0 in the opening round of matches. He got the better with Mark Dudbridge. Wasn't his best display, but it was just enough to beat Mark, who was just struggling to get out the gate in his
First leg, Steve to throw
first match in this building, in this double trouble free. We very much expect a different and better version of Steve Beaton here, don't we?
No,
Certainly against a player he's had a lot of success against in the past. The pair have met on 4 separate occasions, of which Steve Beaton has won 3. That does matter. Head-to-head records do matter.
16.
Especially when you're taking on such an icon and a legend of the sport and someone who's as respected as Steve Beaton is in the practice room. Keegan Brown got a chance here early on to get a bit of a march here on the Steve Beaton darts.
44.
You just feel like he needs a grasp of an opportunity here. Neil Duff did not allow him to do that in the opening
56.
game of the session. As you mentioned, almost got brushed in one of the legs. Took him 15 darts to get up and running, and Neil missed 4 opportunities to ensure the first ever double trouble whitewash.
And that's what the Super Series, I think, is going to be for Keegan Brown, an opportunity. Maybe not so much this week, where it's not the land of opportunity this
45.
week. It's the land of legends and ability. But when we look at like the seasonal rates here for Keegan Brown, I saw this morning
80.
that he was 33% win rate this year. And the thing that caught my attention was actually had a green arrow next to it, which suggests that
58.
33% win rate is an improvement on that of 2024. So we had to look at last year. Keegan Brown's win rate in 2024 was 27.42%. That's how much of his games he won across the entirety of the season. So I think Keegan Brown's going to be better suited when he's here for a full week, and he just gets to sort of play a step down from the sort of professional ranks. I think that's what he needs right
100.
now. Just to get some wins, get some confidence. Something maybe he alluded to in the interview that he's lacking a bit of. But bullseye for Steve
97.
Beaton.
Keegan Car 161.
For another thing that he's not lacking, and that's legs.
I remember Keegan hasn't even had a dart at a double to finish off a leg so far today. But he's applied pressure to Beaton here, and if he doesn't take out the 25, he'll get his first free. 2 8s for the Bonds Adonis. Double 4.
17.
Not quite as sharp today as perhaps he has been at other points in the week, and Brown's got an opportunity to pinch his first leg. It's double 16.
Getting shown the first leg, Keegan Brown.
Well, he's had a troublesome beginning to the day, and even he looks a little bit perplexed
Second
by
leg, Keegan
that.
to throw first.
But
Game
Keegan
on.
Brown is up and running with a breaker throw.
$36.
He's in eventually, second leg in a row where he's been in third dart, beaten off and running with dart 1 of the leg. And off brilliantly at the beginning of the leg.
Well, we saw a lot of replication in the opening lap of fixtures, didn't we? All being 3-0 to the player who'd been playing for the week. Are we going to see that again? Because in game 1 of this lap, Neil Duff struggled to get off in leg number 1. And it was brilliant in leg number 2, but brilliant is what Steve Beaton's going to have to be here, because Keegan Brown finding his first maximum of the day.
Just beginning to click together a little bit more for Keegan.
99. $95.
Well, Beaton's left himself on 1-2-6. Keegan looking for trouble here to leave himself on a 2-darter. Perseveres with the treble 20 and finds it last dart in hand. And so Beaton 1-2-6 will stay there. Treble 19 would have left the bullseye for him. And so Keegan will come back having a look at this 86 to double up his advantage. And you'd say he would blow the group wide open if he can win this match. The bullseye.
61. Car 28.
But opportunity missed for that 2-love lead, and Beaton will come back for double 14.
Getting shot on the second leg.
First dart was such an inviting guide, just a kiss off the barrel in the bed with dart 2, and level we are 1-1.
To throw first. Game on.
Again, straight in there, Steve Beaton, first dart. Starting to tighten things up a little bit here. Trying to form the league table quite early as well, in regards to the direction of which the players are going to be going. We had our guesses, didn't we? We had our predictions
43.
in regards to what we thought Group A would be. I said 20, you said 22. We was both wrong. It turned out to be 18. Lower than what we thought. What do you think it's going to be? Oracle
97.
of Super Series action and league tables, Henry Deacon, to qualify through this Group C.
14 good legs difference.
14? I think that's high. I'm thinking 12.
I think the early indications I'm beginning to get
58.
is I think you can have 4 players really close to one another and maybe a couple just get detached. Now, interestingly, just having a look at their professional careers, only one major meeting between the pair came at the UK Open back in 2019. Steve Beaton won that game
57.
by 10 legs to 8. The only major meeting that they've had in their professional careers.
74. Keegan Car 143.
Brown looking at 143 to open up a 2-1 lead. Now that database that I'm using doesn't count things like, for example, Euro Tour qualifiers or things like that. So there may be meetings in those particular
85.
events, but in terms of
Steve
major
100.
mainstay events, that's the only professional meeting we have on record. Beaton cannot find the tops, and
60.
so Keegan Brown will come back for 58 to break the foe and open up a 2-1 lead. Double top. Well, he's had chances here to win this game 3-0.
38.
But by missing that, he could find himself 2-1 behind. Because Beaton takes an advantage, and he might be back on the beaten track. And Keegan Brown has done the one thing that every new player in this building does. Forgets there's a 10-second pause between legs.
$108.
However, Matt, he should know better because he works here.
Well, since the opening leg, Steve Beaton not missed a double to get in,
60.
and both players opt in for this minor switch, aren't they? double 16 straight to the 19s. First used by John Part, and I get the fact it's not a very big switch, but
80.
I'm still not sold on it.
Doesn't get the prime time seal of approval.
99.
Well, I just think you've played the majority of the day and your practice and the match on the treble 20, and
180.
probably one of those pros and cons sort of things, isn't it? Well, and when we look at the scenario here, that
57.
maximum for Keegan Brown, the
Keegan
third
Carl,
of the game,
133.
2-1 in favour of Keegan Brown. He's going to give him time here at the back end of the leg.
93.
He's left himself tops. It's a best of 5 game, first to 3, but Keegan Brown conceded he could have won it 4-0.
59.
Not to go
Keegan
down
Carl,
the Richie
40.
Burnett train of thought. Double 10 does want to come inside here.
20.
That almost felt like a safe dub because he knew Steve wasn't on a finish.
He is now
180. Keegan Carl, 20.
4 maximums in this short format game. That is incredible. He thought he was in. He was halfway down the hockey. He didn't just take a step. He took 3.
Game shown the fourth leg. Keegan Brown.
I think the change of target did really help out Keegan Brown there in the end.
Fifth leg Steve to throw first.
Steve Beaton
Game
doesn't
on.
look overly pleased about going to our last leg.
Keegan Brown is the youngest man in this group and he's the one who struggled with the
No
eyesight the
score.
most.
He wasn't happy about going into our last leg. He's going to be raging about it now, Steve Beaton. Misses the chance. Lets Keegan Brown step in. Keegan Brown now essentially throwing first in this final leg.
70.
Well, Keegan Brown has kicked off in the first visit of every single leg in this contest. Beaten up and running with dart 4. But because Keegan couldn't do too much in
66.
terms of scoring, there was a chance there for Steve to possibly wrestle the advantage back. But Keegan has stolen the throw here. And looking to make most use of it.
140. $78. $96.
Keegan's going to get 6 darts here for 195 to wrap this match up and
122.
just begin to open up this league table a little bit. Average just above the 80 mark. Big improvement from his first match.
63.
He's down and he's left himself on an easier finish there as Keegan Brown.
65.
Allows him to
Keegan
start on the
Carl,
bullseye. Bull or
132.
25 will give him a dart with dart 2 to keep the shot alive. Job 19. Would have left him the tricky task of trying to work around that one
60.
into the bullseye.
Steve Carl,
Which is a target
170.
Steve Beaton is hoping to get a dart at the end of this combination.
Bullseye to win it.
134. Keegan
Bullseye
Carl,
would have been to have
72.
nicked it.
Well, he lays it up nice, doesn't he?
Another leaves Keegan Brown the match dart at tops.
32.
He's unable to get.
Steve Carl, 36.
And because of that miss so wide of the mark, Beaton's got 3 at a double. Double 9 is what he wants now. And what he
Game shot on the
gets,
match,
and
Steve
Steve Beaton doubles up. He's beaten Keegan Brown in a game where he had a dart to win every single leg. And so back-to-back defeats for Keegan, but back-to-back wins for Stevie Beaton. He wins 3-2. Next up, Simon Whitlock and Mark Dudbridge.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. 32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Steve Beaton got the better of Keegan Brown by 3 legs to 2. Next up, a meeting between Simon Whitlock and Mark Dudbridge. If the Wizard wins this, the 3 players from Group A will be into the top 3 positions on 4 points, maximum points available, and then the 3 players who have come into this group wouldn't have picked up a win to their name. Now, in terms of their professional careers, only 1 meeting. And that came a long time ago, September 2013 on the European Tour, the greatest tour in professional sport, as Dan Dawson would call it. And it was Simon Whitlock that would run out a comprehensive 6-1 winner on that occasion. That was at Euro Tour 6 of 2013.
Years ago.
Incredible to think that 2013
51.
is 12 years ago.
Yeah, it's scary when you look at it in that sense. I saw an interesting video the other day when I was doing some tick and talking.
102.
And this one came in with like an ID and it was like from 2007 and there was 18.
60.
Scary.
How time flies. I mean, we've been here for 2.5 years. With the Live
58.
Lounge in Portsmouth. We're actually we're approaching the 5th anniversary of this project being born. It's this month, the 5th anniversary. When
58.
the likes of Jared Cole was playing in his conservatory. Paul Nicholson was playing in his office.
44. $97. 57.
Well, this has been a fairly sedate start to this contest, hasn't it, Matt?
65.
Two players that'll be very familiar with each other, though. They've both been on the tour for the majority
60.
part of their career
Simon
at the
Carr,
same time together.
170.
Can lead to two things: a bit of familiarity, which can either inspire or
44.
you remember the glory days, shall we say, with that fear factor still.
There was a fair bit of shoulder in that first start there from Dudbridge. Wasn't the
97.
cleanest of visits
Simon
from
Carr,
him.
126.
And so Whitlock here, looking at 126 to take out the opening leg. We'll stay there. Treble 19 leaves the ball. Haven't seen a ton plus check out yet.
58.
And we're not going to see
Martin
one in
Carr,
this leg.
83.
Now it's Dudbridge go at the ball.
37.
Cannot find a way
Simon
through the
Carr,
gap, and
68.
so Whitlock will return for 68 to take a 1-0 lead. Missed the big number, much to his frustration.
36. Mark Ricard, 46.
Double two, that is, because that's 42 scored.
42.
Unable to get, and so
Simon
Whitlock,
Carr, 32.
2 16s for leg one.
$28. Mark Ricard, 4.
Well, there was really encouraging signs for Simon Whitlock in match number one. A mid-80s average, nearly his best average of the week. A comfortable 3-0, but that's awkward. And that's
James on the
quality.
first leg, Mark Dudbridge.
Big last start for Mark Dudbridge, and having a
Second
little
leg,
look
Mark
at Simon
through
Whitlock,
first.
he probably likes what he
Game on.
sees. Head bowed and the disappointment written all over the face of Simon Whitlock. He'll be wondering where it's gone from game number one.
That is Mark Dudbridge's best checkout this week.
117. No score. $81.
Well, Whitlock off dart for the leg.
51.
Well, this is much more like it for
133.
Mark Dudbridge. I know he had his troubles to finish off leg one, and we say that in jest. But it looks like the scoring element of his game is just beginning to click together. As for
96.
Simon,
Mark Ricard, 170.
hasn't really responded to the setback of the opening leg of this contest. So Dudbridge 6 on the fish.
98. $60. Mark Ricard, 72.
Well, Dudbridge has got plenty of time here from this 72 to take leg two.
32.
Doesn't get.
$98. Mark Ricard, 40.
So tops here for Dudbridge.
On the second leg, Mark
And it
Dudbridge.
goes, and it's 2-0 to Flash.
Third leg, Simon to throw first. Game on.
I think you could have done that better.
How?
I think you could have said, and it's 2-0 in a flash.
111.
And that's why you get paid the big bucks. Dudbridge off first start again. He's done so in every single leg so far in this contest.
80. $180.
Whitlock with his first max. Not just of this game, but of the session altogether.
96. $50.
25 to leave himself on 160.
25. Simon Carr, 160.
Well, 6 starts here for 160 for Whitlock to bring it back to 2-1.
100. 96. Simon Carr, 60.
Tops, but it's obscured. Double 10.
40.
Does not go, but he has got plenty of time on his side.
$82.
Well, he did have, but
Simon
that
Carr,
time's
20.
been eaten away at here.
This doesn't go. Dudbridge would have had a look
Game
at the
shown the third leg,
1-2-2 for
Simon
the match,
Whitlock.
but Whitlock is on the board. But Dudbridge tellingly has the darts
Forfeit
here
mark
to wrap
to
the game
first.
up.
Game on.
1 from 8 on the doubles going out for Simon. Having trouble getting in. Dudbridge just needs to get off here.
32.
Big last start.
$38. 51. 40. 11. 93. 100. 60. 100.
Well, Dudbridge here closing himself in on a finish to win this match. And he'd certainly feed off that success, wouldn't he, if he was to get his first win of the day?
$96.
111 to win the match.
Great recovery that from Whitlock.
121. Mark
First
Ricard,
start went in the 1.
111.
You start to panic. Not Simon. Took himself out of the situation. Long way off there from Dudbridge, being able to leave the target he's been looking
39.
at starting with.
Simon Ricard, 89.
Just chips away at it a little bit there. Lots of work still to be done. Should he get the opportunity. Double 5.
79.
Doesn't
Mark
go, and so
Ricard,
Dudbridge will
72.
come back having a look at this 72 to complete a 3-1 victory. 20 for tops. The way he starts stand up, he needed something to a side, and he's kind of got that.
Getting shot on
And he's
match
got the
for
tops, and he's got a 3-1 win. Mark Dudbridge is on the board. He puffs his cheeks. Perhaps hard work at times, but he's got the win nonetheless. 3-1 against Simon Whitlock. Coming up next, Neil Duff and Steve Beaton. Hello, welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We are 6 games down on this Thursday afternoon, and this is what we've seen so far. It's been pretty much a domination from the players that dropped out of Group A. Only Simon Whitlock has dropped a match from that particular group of players. Neil Duff, 2 from 2. He got out the gate very quickly against Keegan Brown. He won 3-0 in his opening match and almost brushed Keegan in that particular contest as well. He had 3 darts in his hand to do exactly that. In fact, he had 4 darts all told to do so before Keegan then eventually got himself up and running, avoiding the embarrassment. And trust me, he would have known about it if he did it, considering what he also does here at the Super Series. I would never have let him forget about that. Anyway, that is that particular leg. This is how the table looks. Neil Duff and Steve Beaton on 4 points. It's all fairly uniformed at this particular moment in time. Whitlock and Dudbridge on 2. Brown and Gray without a point to their name. Game 7 of our session sees Neil Duff and Steve Beaton go head to head. These two have got some history on this particular stage. In fact, it's the 7th meeting that the pair have had against one another so far this year. I'm now going to make the short trip to the commentary box to join Matthew Edgar for it.
Thank you, Henry. Yes, this is going to be an interesting one, isn't it, when you look at the table and the sort of forming and the shaping of the table, how it's starting to form over these last couple of rounds of fixtures. And we've got 2 players at the top of the table that we just can't split by any metric. We'll go to points first, then we'll go to legs. And at the moment, they're in joint position 1. So what great timing that the 2 are going to have to go head-to-head against each other here to see who's going to be top at the end of round number 3. When you look at the group,
Neil to throw first. Game on.
and you look at the players, and you look at the fact now that the new players that are joining us this week are starting to pick up those results, you do feel it's going to start congesting a little bit. The table's going to be tight. My prediction was 12 points. Henry went 14. So whoever picks up this victory... Oh, hold on a minute. The point was stuck in the board there. Neil Duff. Okay. Well, let's hope he's got some spares. We know he's got spare darts.
Now, he was in the practice room this morning, Neil, using a repointer. So this has been an issue for him. And to be fair, Steve, sporting as you'd expect him to be in that particular scenario. And I think consequently, because of the problem with the point, he's actually decided to change the darts that he's using. He's going back to the set that he experimented with, and it looks like now he's got no other choice than to play with that set.
92.
Yeah, I don't think that was something Neil Duff will be too pleased with, because he was playing well with those sort of black and gold darts. These are the ones he came with on Monday morning. So
100.
he's been playing with them on a regular basis, but yeah, definitely an issue there in regards to keeping the point in the barrel. Thought Paul Hinks was quite brave, actually, chucking
16.
himself sort of into the firing line. I've had one of those sort of weird situations myself when playing. Actually went to throw a dart. As I was throwing it, all the lights went off. So I sort of jumped a little bit with the dart. And then when all the lights came on, because it took so long, we had to take our darts, we had to go backstage. When we go back on, the referee took the dart out of my hand and put it in the board.
Well, Paul Nicholson famously had that situation, didn't he, at the World Championship against Kevin Burnett, where the lights quite literally went out on him, which was quite ironic because it was the last professional game he'd play in front of the TV cameras.
78. Near the car, 24.
2 12s for Duff. In off, 1-0. Doesn't matter what the set. He leads and takes the opening leg. Now, this is the 7th meeting the pair have had here at the Super Series. It's the most played game we've had in 2025. Probably it's going to be the most played game already that we're going to have this year.
32.
It's 4-2 in the favour of Neil Duff in that particular head-to-head between the pair.
40.
And if he can make it 5-2, then he'll move on to 6 points, and he puts himself in a real privileged position with the rest of the day ahead of him. He can really begin to stretch away from the chasing pack.
$100.
You look at who's to come. At Dudbridge and Whitlock, his final couple of games, they're actually playing players in and around the league table that may well be
60.
close by to him, and so he really can give himself a bit of a margin, particularly to third place in the table when it comes to the action on day 2.
And the scoreboard, the
83.
leaderboard, the table, it can give you confidence. Any sort of order of merit system will give you confidence
26.
and belief when you're not chasing it. It's easy when you've got that little bit of cushion. It's easy when you see everybody else panicking and worrying and you've already done the job that they're trying to.
98. $94.
Beaton first 2 have finished, but Duff will feel like he can leave himself in a better position. Now one of them will leave himself tops.
100.
On the 2 darter. And if this goes, it will be the biggest finish of the week so far. But he's not going to find trouble. 19 with dart number 2, which would have given him a look at double 16.
133. Neil the car 80.
Duff looking at 80. It may just be a dart from here. Well, he needs to find a trouble to get said dart, and he's not going to recover with dart number 2. And Steve Beaton will feel like he's been given a free chance here to level up at 1 apiece. Double 8.
No score. Neil the car 40. Getting shown in the second leg, Neil Duff. Third leg, Neil did
Sometimes
first.
when you play
Game
a
on.
certain player, you just enjoy it. There's something about it, whether it's their reputation, whether it's the vibe and the aura and the feel that you get from the game, whether it's the pace of the player.
80.
But there's just something about Steve Beaton that Neil Duff likes to play.
71.
Well, you know what we said earlier about players wanting to play the bigger names? And I think Neil Duff is one of them players that when it comes to CV and reputation, he likes to dislodge the real high calibre of quality that's up against him.
58.
Yeah, not all wins are equal. Some wins win way more than other.
How very Orwellian of you, Matt.
140.
This one is looking like it's going to be another win here for Neil Duff, who will be
97.
pretty cushy at the top of the table. All he's got to do is hit 141 points, and he's got at least 6 darts to do it.
May only need the 3, double 12. And there would have been some way to have wrapped it up. Would have been the biggest finish of the week. But it looks like it's going to be a big win for Neil Duff.
Neil the car 24.
A hat-trick of wins incoming if he can find double 12.
Getting shown the match, Neil Duff.
A 13 darter to finish off, and Neil Duff had Steve Beaton's number at the Super Series. That is a 5th win in 7 matches against the Bronze Adonis in this arena this year. The latest success, a comprehensive one, 3-0, average in excess of 90, and Neil Duff is very quickly emerging as the player to beat in this Group C. Coming up after the break is Adrian Gray up against Mark Dudbridge. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. This is the latest in the programme of double starts and specials weeks here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Neil Duff and Robert Thornton won the previous two double start weeks. We'll have the return of the Women's Week at the end of this series, won by Rhiannon O'Sullivan and Kirsty Vinnakainen in the past. And then later on in the year, we're going to have an international pairs and a Rising Stars week. And we already know that Kenya are going to be representing the international pairs, and Peter Vachuri is the first player confirmed for it, whilst Rising Stars will see players pitted from the ages of 16 to 21 competing for the title of the best young gun here at the Modus Super Series. Fair to say these two aren't quite young, bright greenhorns. Adrian Gray and Mark Dudbridge going toe-to-toe here. In fact, Mark Dudbridge, who's played in the World Seniors for the last couple of years. Flash, who is looking to get his second consecutive win, and in terms of doubling out, didn't quite get the scoring power that he would have liked at times in his game against Simon Whitlock, up against Adrian Gray, who lost despite averaging just under 93 in his contest against Neil Duff last time out. The pair having a nice cordial conversation before this one gets underway. They will play a game of darts at some point, I promise you. But first things first, they need to finish off their conversation.
First leg, Adrian to throw
But
first.
whose darts is going to
Game
do
on.
the talking here? Much improved performance from Adrian Gray last time out. He was snuffed by Duff mainly because of the fact that the Northern Irishman had the darts in that game.
Yeah, so do you follow the
32.
line of the performance or do you follow the line of the results? Because Mark Dudbridge was a winner last time out. Got a 3-1 victory over Simon Whitlock. Didn't play as well as Adrian Gray did, but got the job
That's right.
done. And winning breeds winning, which is the confidence that you can develop.
60.
Well, Mark McGeaney is
No
picking
score.
any which target that he wants to get going.
What about
Mark
Mark
Dudbridge,
Dudbridge?
sorry.
Yeah.
I need a holiday.
60.
Just picturing a really good graphic now that we could use where we put Mark Dudbridge
32.
and Mark McGeaney side by side and we play a game of Spot the Difference. Should be quite easy.
Can we just shut up and move on, please? I'll tell you what, I'm not going to talk for the rest of this
100.
leg.
Well, if you was going to do that every time you made a mistake, you'd never be here.
40.
Maybe a leg where you don't get much peace from Mr. Deacon. Adrian Gray already halfway through it.
97.
Nice switch. The switching's been good for Adrian Gray. He's had to move downstairs, and that will come down to the fact of his soft tip play. It's something that he does spend quite a lot of time doing. He's travelled the world playing the soft tip game.
100. Adrian car 152.
Particular discipline. You spend a lot of time moving and switching around the board. Down to double 16, the target of which he's been
120.
choosing to start on, nearly giving us the biggest finish of the day. Yet to see a big one go in. Keyword, yet.
140. Adrian car 32. $16.
You see there's still plenty to go at. The small flight's not offering much obstruction there. The flat angle of entry will always benefit a player down that left-hand side.
63. Adrian car
Dudbridge
16.
gets himself down within range. Last start saves the shot. It's a bit all over the place. See, that's ideal. That's inviting.
Getting shot on the first
This
leg,
time
Adrian Gray.
uses it.
Second leg marked through first. Game on.
You back with us, Henry?
22.
To make another mistake?
Good start for Mark Dudbridge. Come on, we've all made
75.
mistakes in our time.
$55.
I'll tell you what, shall I do another leg where I don't say a word?
$140.
Nah, you can't all be that lucky. Adrian Gray, though, leading this game by a leg to nil.
96.
Dudbridge. Been very in and out. The scoring hasn't quite been there. The doubling in has been
58.
patchy. But actually, one thing in terms of this format you feel that you need to be really competitive is to back up what will be decent starts in this format.
30.
I look at the game in an analytic sense. I don't just sit and look at where the darts are landing. I look at how they are landing. The first thing, before I even start to assess and look at the performance of a player, is do they have
58.
tungsten control? Is the dart landing at an equal depth? Is it going in the same angle into the board? For Mark Dudbridge, the answer is no. He's not got control over the dart.
51.
If you've not got control over the dart,
Adrian
you're not going to be able to
170.
guide it into the right position on the board. You may hit things at times, but this is what you want. Consistent angle of entry, consistent depth.
145.
Didn't need to go for the bullseye there. But maybe just playing on feel at the moment, and maybe he feels like he's got his man.
54.
Well, it's got to all ends
Adrian
up.
car 25.
And Adrian Gray hasn't really needed to have got started in this game as he looks for double 8 for a 2-0 lead.
Game shot on
And
the
it
second leg.
goes.
Adrian Gray.
Adrian Gray leading this match by
Third leg,
2
Adrian through
legs to
first.
0.
Game on.
In second dart of this
89.
leg.
$32. $140. $57.
It's not happening for Mark Dudbridge, and we're just seeing him as well just rotate flips
35.
and Trying to get some movement in the shoulder, maybe feeling a little bit tight, which could be down to as well. He's mentioned, hasn't he doesn't play a lot of darts. He's already played 2 games today. He'd have had about an hour and a half, 2 hours in terms of preparation. He's probably quite deep into a day where he's not sort of done this sort of distance before for quite some time.
60.
And he is really struggling at the moment, Dudbridge, just to get that release, to get that control. That was better.
96.
Yeah, Mark will be severely disappointed with his performance, but Adrian Gray has 6 darts here from 177 to complete a 3-0 victory.
The worst thing is, like he said to us earlier, Henry, in the mind,
57.
he's still that World Masters champion. He's still the man who reached the final of the World Championship at the Circus Tavern, the World Match Play final at the Winter Gardens. He's still that guy in the mind, and then the eyes are showing him something completely different right now on the board.
50.
Does leave a finish, though, just in case.
But is Adrian Gray going to end the game here and now? Haven't seen a ton plus checkout yet today. But are we going to see one to finish the match here? Double top.
80.
Just above.
Car 170.
And this would be the biggest of the lot. Not to be in so great to complete another 3-0 win.
Adrian car 40.
On a day where there has been a lot of comprehensive scorelines. It's double 10. It's 3-0 Adrian Gray. It's a comprehensive victory over Mark Dudbridge. A 3-0 success for the Conqueror, who has conquered Flash in a flash. Next up, Keegan Brown and Simon Whitlock.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
And the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife! And the Modus Super Series champion!
Level 17, which he pets bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison. We're not going to need that. Bosch. High pace is through.
So, Pluto TV is with you for Modus Super Series darts coverage 24 hours a day, 7 days a week throughout the course of the year. And we've got two players who, well, they've had the luxury of sleeping in their own beds this morning before arriving to the live lounge in Portsmouth, because Keegan Brown from Newport on the Isle of Wight takes on Simon Whitlock from Waterloo, a 15-minute drive from the venue here at the live lounge in Portsmouth. However, Keegan will tell you that he had sailed from overseas to be here this morning, and he had to go through some choppy waters en route to getting to the venue. He arrived early because there was a lot of mist and fog in the Portsmouth/Isle of Wight air, and he didn't quite know whether the crossings on the ferry would get him to the venue on time.
Game on.
And he turned up so early that he was actually locked out the venue for an hour.
No score. No score.
Preparation is key, Henry. Preparation is key. You'd rather be early than late, that's for sure. You don't want to feel rushed when you get to an event like this, especially when you're here on debut, like
70.
Keegan Brown is, in a playing capacity. Traditionally, when you go to the Pro Tour events, the doors open for
51.
Pro Tour 3 hours early. I can tell you one story. When I played in the World Championship, so I arrived 4.5 hours early to do media
40.
commitments to allow I still had that first 3 hours. I was second game on. Peter Wright was the last game on, and when I arrived, he was already there.
58.
Must have been there 7 hours before his match.
Plenty of practice before getting onto the big stage for Peter Snakebite Wright, and there's a lot of players that like to utilise that
99.
time before a session gets underway to get themselves right. I mean, you hear about it in tennis, don't you, and other such sports where you hear the likes of Roger Federer and Novak Djokovic. They could play the night session at Wimbledon or
171.
Flushing Meadows and places like that, but they want to be there early. And also, if you're not there and you're rushing and things like that, your preparation could be sent completely off kilter.
You just want to feel comfortable. That's the
140.
priority 101. You just want to feel content. Feel like you've at least had a couple of darts with reason at every single
171.
section on
He
the
got
board.
152.
Simon Whitlock using section treble 19 very well there.
$58. Simon O'Carr, 50.
So Whitlock 50. 18 for double six. Well, it should have been anyway, but he's going to have to spurn a dart here. It's only going to be one at the target.
32.
And that target's diverted low. And so
Figure
Keegan's
count
got an outside
94.
sniff of returning his throw in this leg.
$54. Simon O'Carr, 18.
2 nines for the break. Well, he's got a couple of nice guys, but he just cannot
Keegan
find a
Brown,
way
40.
inside. And so Keegan Brown will be looking at tops to take a 1-0 lead.
Getting shown the
No
first leg,
mistake
Keegan
there.
Brown.
Keegan Brown 1 up.
Second leg,
Game
Simon
9
through
of the
first. Game on.
session here, the live lounge in Portsmouth. Session 1 of 2 we're going to bring to you on this Thursday live and
51.
exclusive across the UK and associated territories on Pluto TV. But it's not the only darts that we're going to see this evening, because the Premier League
55.
resumes in Brighton. And do you know what time of week it is, Matt? It's one of my favourite parts of commentating on a Thursday afternoon, because it's when I get to
100.
put my Premier pundit on the spot as to what is going to happen tonight. So we're going to plot our path like we usually do. Quarterfinal 1 going Price Van Gogh. What do you like the look of there?
Price.
So Price to win the first one. Second quarterfinal, Littler against Doby.
100.
Luke Littler.
So Price v Littler in semi number 1. Quarterfinal number 3, Cross against Humphreys.
Luke Humphreys.
So Luke to win quarterfinal number 3. What about quarterfinal number
99.
4, Bunting and Aspinall?
Gonna go the Asp.
So that is the first couple of games. We'll resume this little conversation in the next leg, because Keegan Brown has left himself on a finish of
98. Keegan Carr,
167.
167.
Not to be on this particular occasion.
97. Simon Carr, 152.
Whitlock looking at 152. A regular participant, of course, in the Premier League once upon a time.
82. Keegan Carr,
Keegan for 2-0 lead here, looking at 70. And suddenly Simon Whitlock could find himself in the lurch. Just too
54.
high.
Simon Carr, 70.
Chance for a bit of redemption for the Wizard. It's one dart again.
54. Keegan Carr,
Needs
16.
more. Just not happening today for Simon Whitlock.
Needs more, but this is needs must for Brown. And it
Game show on the
goes
second leg, Keegan
2-0
Brown.
to Keegan Brown. He's got the break, and now he has the darts here to complete
Third
an
leg, Keegan to throw
onslaught.
first. Game on.
2-16's found first dart for Keegan for the second consecutive leg.
71.
As to does Simon Whitlock. Now, in the previous
71.
leg, you predicted Price to play Littler, Luke Humphreys to play Nathan Aspinall in the semi-final. So now it's time to round off your predictions league. What's going to happen between Price and Littler?
140.
I'm just going boring. I'm going Littler Humphreys final.
So Littler, so Luke versus Luke. And are you going to sit on the
100.
fence for this one, or have you got an answer for who's going to win the night?
Nope, I think Luke's going to win.
That's all I'm getting, aren't I?
Yes.
Okay.
100.
I'll let you take a pick as to what, at home, as to what Matt might be referring to. Anyway, that's week 5 of our predictions game here on a Thursday
80.
afternoon at the Super Series. A fun new little segment, I think. Keegan Brown here looking to close the match off. 190. And 6 darts from here to complete
100.
a 3-0 win over Simon Whitlock in the space of around about 7 minutes flat.
$180. Keegan Carr, 90.
Whitlock, with that max, applies pressure. It may just be a dart of the bullseye here. Bullseye.
65. Simon Carr, 70.
Doesn't go, and so Whitlock does have a chance to extend the game furthermore, looking at this 70. Double 19.
61. Keegan Carr, 25.
And so 2 8s for the match.
9.
Doesn't go. And
Simon
Whitlock
Carr, 19.
looking at 19 to keep us going.
Keegan Brown missing his first match darts here, but low again there for Whitlock. That was
Finish on the third leg,
fortunate. He
Simon
didn't slip in
Whitlock.
the double. Gets in the double late though, gets a leg on the board. He'll probably feel
Fourth
Simon
leg,
that he
Simon
could have
to
won all
throw
3 of
first.
these legs.
Game on.
Well, maybe he'll just have to win the next 2.
89.
Whitlock off dart 2.
No score. $98. $71.
Of course, Keegan looking to join his good friend Richie Howson in the winners' enclosure at a specials week. He won the last one, the Legends League.
44.
Surprised you didn't get the call up to that, Matt.
I believe there was an age limit on it.
140. $100.
Now, Whitlock here, slowly but surely, is beginning to turn the tide in this Tuxton tussle.
140. Samrakar 170.
The fish is on. The bull.
145.
He's scaring it, isn't he, all week long, Simon Whitlock, but he doesn't find it on this occasion.
$134. Samrakar 25. Game shown the 4th leg, Simon Whitlock.
Well, Simon Whitlock was 2-0 down. He had to evade match darts on Keegan Brown, but we head
5th and final leg, Keegan
to a last leg decider. And this is a crucial leg as well, because if Keegan wins this, he keeps Whitlock on 2. And then before players on that mark after 3 matches, Beaton and Duff would have a slender cushion at the top of the table.
No score.
But if Whitlock wins this, despite not playing near his best, he'll find himself on 4 points, and he'd actually leapfrog Steve
35.
Beaton in the league table to move up to 2nd place.
The positive sign is he's doing it without playing his best. And that is a
58.
positive. When you're winning games, you don't need to be at your best to win. When you're playing that B game, C game, you're getting the wins. You know eventually you're going to put in that performance, which is going to see you over the line.
96.
The A game will come eventually.
$60. $100. $140.
Timing.
180.
Absolute perfection of timing there for Simon Whitlock. When you just need to find something big, he's pulled out the biggest shot of them all. He's
99.
left himself
Samrakar
handy now.
90.
We'll be expecting at least a dart at the ball.
Well, this has all gone terribly wrong for Keegan Brown. He was 2-0 up. He had match darts.
43.
And now Simon
Keegan
Whitlock's
Brown,
had one of his own. And maybe the only opportunity that the Needle will have to save this match is by taking out 144, which he isn't going to do. And so Whitlock will return, looking at 47 to complete a comeback win, to complete a 3-2 success. And it will move him on to 4 points. It'll move him up to 2nd place in the table. He's got 1 dart at double 16.
31.
There's now 2 opportunities for the Wizard to win this game, which have been spurt. And so Brown looks at 86 from here. But it's just fallen apart as it's got to the business
49.
end of the contest. And so
Samrakar 16.
3 more double 8s for Simon Whitlock to complete
shown
the
the match,
comeback,
Simon Whitlock.
to turn the tables on Keegan Brown, who led 2-0, had darts to win it to zip. But it's Simon Whitlock who comes back from behind to win it in a last leg decider. 3 legs to 2, that's the tail of the tape. We're going to have a short break. When we return, there's going to be analysis and interactions in the studio. And then after that, we're going to watch Steve Beaton and Adrian Gray go head-to-head. The action's all coming to you live and exclusive on the Pluto TV app and network. Don't forget to download that on your smart TV and smartphone. Stream now, pay never. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We are 9 games down on this Thursday afternoon. Before the break, Simon Whitlock got the better Keegan Brown by 3 legs to 2. Keegan actually led that game by 2 legs to 0. Had darts to win it, but it's Whitlock that gets over the line. We're at the halfway point of the day. This is how the table looks. Neil Duff top of it with 6 points to his name. Whitlock and Beaton both on 4. Gray and Dudbridge with just a solitary win apiece, and Keegan Brown is languishing bottom of the table. Time for our half-time oranges here in the studio, and it is Matthew Edgar that's going to give our half-time team talk here on Pluto TV. And if you're Neil Duff, well, the conversation is so far so good. Keep it going in the second period.
And he'll like what's happening beneath him in the table. Everyone's sort of beating each other. That works out quite well for Neil Duff because it keeps him with a bit of a gap in regards to those qualifying places. But he really has stepped it up today. We've seen the change of equipment where it was forced because the point coming out of the darts are the ones he wanted to choose to play with. That could have rocked him. That could have taken him out of his stride, but actually he was able to produce. And a lot of the times it's not the darts, it's the player. And I think Neil just proving that to himself right now, that when he's confident like he is, it Doesn't matter which set.
And it's interesting as well, because we've seen him tinker throughout the course of Group A with this. Because of the point situation, I know there is a repoint of the practice in which he wants to use, he can use. But is he almost now being forced into trying out the new set and seeing how that works?
I mean, he has done, hasn't he? He's used it on Monday, used it on Tuesday. He's come away from it. He always goes back to it. That's the main thing. And I think that's probably the thing he needs to look at and evaluate. That there's a reason he keeps going back to this set. There's a reason he even brought this set with him. He was seeing something good. I'm seeing a lot of good in Neil Duff today. I speak a lot at the moment about, I'm not bothered about where the darts land. I'm bothered about how they land. And then we'll look at where they land afterwards. And how they've been landing this week have been inconsistent. They've been landing at all sorts of angles, which just indicates to me that he's been throwing a little bit soft. Now, if he's been throwing a little bit soft in the action, that's because he's not confident. And we can see that. Our evidence of that is the changing of the dart. Today, throwing firm, consistent angle of entry, consistent point and depth. He's looking very good. He's producing the goods now as well. He'll have confidence because of the results he's got. It's going to be tough to stop.
Simon Whitlock's in second position. He's won 2 games out of 3. But I think it's also fair to say that he hasn't played anywhere near his best today to pick them wins up.
More than fair to say. We know what Simon Whitlock's capable of. He's won the World Cup. He's won the European Championship. He's played in 2 World Championship finals. And this is the shadow of that. You know, it's not been the performances that you'd expect from Simon Whitlock coming here to the Super Series. We thought he'd be coming here, picking up titles and doing really well. Instead, he's in a Group C campaign, which is a bit of a surprise in itself to begin with. But in this Group C, he is getting an extra visit. He's getting an extra opportunity, and he's finding, that last win was big. He was 2-0 down there. Keegan Brown missing a couple of match darts. Simon Whitlock turning it around. That could be big for the confidence because it looks like he's void of it right now.
What of Keegan's day so far? It's not really just got going, has it?
No. He's a long way off his best 2-time Pro Tour winner. We can sit and reel off his CV as much as we want, but that's looking in the past, and we've got to look at today. And what's in front of us today is not up to standard of this group, which is why he's at the bottom on 0 points. In
terms of Steve Beaton, it feels very patchy for him today. There's been some good elements, but maybe at times he's just ridden off the coattails a little bit.
I thought we'd see a lot more from Steve Beaton today. He was the favourite to win the week. He was favourite to win Group A. Disappointed to see him in Group C. But I thought we'd see a lot more from him on the basis of the later start time. I thought that would suit Steve Beaton a bit. Maybe Group B would have been better for him. He's not out of this by a long way. Certainly the level of the group at the moment being a little bit lower than we'd expect. I do expect Steve Beaton to turn this around, and I think he could be one of the two.
Well, this is how the table looks then, going into the final couple of rounds of the day. Neil Duff at the top of it, but it's all very, very tight. It looks like the player at the top, the player at the bottom, look as if they're going to detach themselves possibly a little bit, and the 4 players in the middle of that may well be scrapping for positions as the group moves forward. Now, we're going to take a little bit of a break from the action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth to look ahead to the brand new Euro Tour season, which gets underway in Belgium tomorrow for the Belgian Darts Open. Seems to be the traditional curtain raiser to the European Tour. Now, you're going to be covering some of the action over the course of this season. We'll talk about some of the Super Series players from last year that are in action in just a second, but I just want to get your thoughts overall as to what you expect from this season and whether it could well be the similar names that are in the hat to win the titles, or do you think maybe there could be an eclectic mix of maybe some new names coming forward to claiming titles?
It's unknown what this year is going to bring. Normally, the Euro Tour unearths new stars. Normally, the Euro Tour, you look at it and you go, this is where players are going to get good ranking money to get themselves into those major events. However, the reshuffle of the European Tour, I think we're going to see a little bit more in regards to the familiar names now at the back end of the sessions. And that's the way it's planned out to be. And that's the way I think it's going to unfold. I think we're not going to get too many shocks and surprises. Maybe early on you might get a couple of people make a little bit of a mini run, but I think the days of seeing someone come off the pace and make a deep run may have gone now.
And particularly as well, as you mentioned, with that Euro Tour change, which means for players that come onto the tour, it means they're going to have to get through a series of qualifiers with slightly less slots than previously to play in those major events. And actually, we've seen some success from players that played here last year in terms of qualifying. Now, this is for tomorrow's event. This is Euro Tour 1 in Belgium. Cameron Crabtree will take on Raymond van Barneveld in the evening session tomorrow. The winner will play James Wayne. Daryl Pilgrim, now, he's one of the great players that's played here. He'll take on Ryan Salt. If he wins, he'll play Luke Littler. Darius Labanowski is, of course, the defending champion of this particular trophy. He'll take on Dirk van Dijvenbode. Chris Dobie, the opponent, if he wins that. Jim Long, twice a Champions League participant in 2024, will take on Martin Schindler. Thomas Lovely, who played okay but never really had great success in this building, he's going to take on Mike De Decker, and the winner of that will take on Luke Humphreys. But you look at number 2 in terms of that particular bracket, Daryl Pilgrim. He takes on Ryan Saw, who we know starts seasons very, very well. But if he wins that game, he takes on Luke Littler. And these two have a little bit of history when it comes to this particular building, because they played in the Champions Night here in Series 3. And that was the night, really, where we saw that emergence of Luke Littler, the big stage, big name player.
This was the game as well, wasn't it, where he's giving it the
Bull 11 Bull, wasn't
it? And it's in the finals. You know, that was where we saw Luke Littler was more than just a quality dart player. He was something special. It was something a bit more. Daryl Pilgrim's a very special player. He holds a lot of records in here. Yes, we've got Luke Littler, the only player that's won 2 series titles. But Daryl Pilgrim's got pretty much all the average records in here. And they're going to be sticking around for quite some time. He's going to leave a bit of legacy here, because I don't think we're going to get him back for a while. But he's got his hands full with Ryan So.
Let's talk about Cam Crabtree then. He takes on Raymond van Barneveld. Such a tasty time. Raymond's going to have his hands full with Cam, isn't he?
He is. And Cam's adjusted very well to tour life. I was covering the Pro Tour a couple of weeks ago in Rosmalen, and when I was there, I was watching Crabtree in a game, and he was playing a couple of big names at the time, and he just sort of takes it all in his stride. He's like, he believes that's where he should be. He believes that's where he belongs, rather than going there as a fan and sort of enjoying the experience. It's something he's worked for a long time for. It's something he's built towards. He's got a good friend on the tour with him. He's got a good friend over there with him this week. It's an absolute dream starting scenario for him.
Just very quickly, of the new cohort that played here last year, who do you expect to make the biggest imprint straight away?
It's an on-the-fence one, because it's such a tough one to answer. The European Tour qualifiers, I think, are going to be key to a lot of people. Daryl Pilgrim instantly springs to mind due to the fact that the ceiling we know he's got, but we've got players returning to the tour. We've got players that have started it very well, like Bradley Brooks. So it's going to be interesting, and I think would be best served in about another month's time to get that one.
I know you're going to enjoy your little trips across Europe to enjoy a few of those competitions, and I hope you enjoy them. I hope you're enjoying the darts here, and you could see some of these stars here at the Super Series in the future, maybe at a European tour. It was only a couple of years ago. Luke Littler, was plying his trade here at the Live Lounge in Porto, and you can see the stars on show. Just have a look at this. In fact, I was just seeing a stat on my timeline of Gardner changes to the Euro Tour. Martin Schindler won 2 events last year and is actually unseeded for the opening event of the season, which just goes to show the changes that have been made to the criteria for those events. That gets underway in Visa tomorrow, the Belgian Darts Open, and it very much is one of the anticipated ones on the calendar, and pretty much every session there is going to be a sellout. And Saturday, you sense will be a sellout affair here, particularly if Steve Beaton could qualify. He takes on Adrian Gray in game 10 of the session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And it is Beaton to get us underway. And straight in with double 16 of his first start.
111.
We have seen him sort of get stronger in campaigns, haven't we, here this week as the day goes on. And when you look ahead and you look at the performance line so far, it's got Adrian Gray 71. Now, Simon Whitlock, who's been a bit off the pace. He may fancy a chance here to keep tabs on Neil Duff.
180.
Well, didn't take him long to hit the first maximum of this game and the third one of the day. 180's not been quite as hot,
60.
have they, as we saw in the Group A campaign from the players?
Not quite been as free-flowing in that respect.
58.
Beaton leads himself on a finish after just 9 darts in this opening leg.
60. Civicar 152.
Another. Doesn't go, but Adrian Gray is a long way back, so
80.
he has got time and space here, does the bronzed Adonis.
$180. Civicar 72.
Beaton looks at double 16. Old Faithful to
Getting
take
shown
the
the first
opening
leg,
leg in
Steve Beaton.
15.
Solid.
Second
Rock
leg,
solid
Adrian
there for
deserves
Steve
first.
Beaton.
Game on.
A warning sign to Adrian Gray, and looking a bit menacing, isn't he, Steve Beaton here?
Looks like he's in the mood, and I think he realises that now the serious business has begun.
No score.
Group A, I think, could be seen for a lot of players like him as maybe somewhat of a free hit opportunity. If you don't get it, you get another chance. But now he knows that if he doesn't make headroom here, he could find himself in severe trouble or perhaps not qualify through at all.
Do you know what he is in the mood for?
Go on.
He's in the mood for darting.
Oh, no.
No score.
How long have you fought that one up for?
About 4 seconds, can you not tell?
What, you
No
don't
score.
prepare your awful lines?
Good song, though. Good song.
Nolan Sisters, wasn't it?
I will let you know.
Well, Adrian finally off the mark.
71.
Well, the Nolans, yeah.
I thought it was, yeah.
60.
The fact I know that it's not really something to really brag about, is it?
No. No, it's not, but
60.
Steve Beaton will be hoping to give it his all tonight.
He'll be hoping for the bragging rights, won't he? He'll be hoping to be here on Saturday.
96.
That's the QR code that you need to scan if you fancy a trip to the Live Lounge in Portsmouth on any given Saturday evening. One of the meccas of darts.
51.
Still some, not many, but some tickets available for this Saturday night if you can make the
58.
trip down to the south coast. And think about it this way. £5 to potentially see Leonard Gates, Steve Beaton, Neil Duff, potentially the World Seniors Champion Ross Montgomery, potentially Steve West, potentially Ted Evans, potentially
100.
Andreas Harrison, potentially Robert Thornton. There's a lot of potentials, but I tell you what, any which mix you get, you're going to have a fun Saturday night of tungsten action as Steve Beaton piles in his second max of this game.
We got all those potentials, but one thing I can probably guarantee is you're going to see plenty of those.
137. Supercar 107.
Still awaiting our first big finish of the day.
Game shown
The wait is over.
Beaton.
Your wish is Steve Beaton's command. The first ton plus checkout of the day is at 107. And it gives him the break and a 2-0 lead.
$40. 108. 34. 100. 100. 100. 180. 141. Supercar 147.
This for the match.
This is a dangerous point here for
57.
Steve.
Adrian
He spent a lot of this game in
52.
control. But if Adrian Gray can find this 52, he breaks back and then he'll have the dart to take it to a last leg decider. Such is the jeopardy of this format.
on the third
And
leg, Adrian
pins a
Gray.
double 16 perfectly, and it gives it an ironic round of applause.
Fourth leg, Adrian to throw first. Game on.
He's been playing a little bit of everything this year as Adrian Gray. He's been playing a fair bit of soft tip, as he usually does. He was telling me about some of the glamorous locations he's been playing in this
51.
year. He's just come back from a trip to Portugal. He'll be soon heading out to Las Vegas. It's not a bad life for some, is it?
40.
So you can really enjoy the game as well. When you're tying in playing the sport you love with travelling and seeing the world, it's not a
58.
bad lifestyle.
Do you know where I've been watching darts this year?
Portsmouth.
180.
But we don't mind. Steve Beaton with his 4th max of the game.
100.
To move himself
57.
on the cut of victory, but a drive visit there has just opened up the door again for Adrian Gray. Not much either side of the big max for Stevie B.
60.
But not severely punished by his opponent, and so Beaton 6 darts here from 2-2-4 to wrap the match up.
140.
He's left himself on a 2-darter after 12.
Supercar 84.
6 maximums in this game now. It's only leg number 4.
And this could be the end of it.
72.
Beaton isn't going to find double 12, and so Adrian Gray will come back looking at 52 to take us all the way to a last leg decider. He's got 2 darts in his hand, a double 16. He's got a great guide there,
36.
but cannot drift one over the top of it.
12.
And so Beaton, to get the job done, looks at double 6. And at points, he's looked imperious.
6.
but he isn't
Adrian,
victorious.
16.
Not just yet, anyway.
That's 5 match darts missed now from Steve Beaton. Adrian Gray had his head down, didn't want to know, he was just listening to the call of the referee, Paul Hinks. That's perfect. That's inviting. Never going to miss that one.
Gray.
Great dart from Adrian Gray. We go the distance, and Steve.
5th and final leg, Steve to throw
Can
first.
he put those
Game on.
5 mismatched darts behind him? And this is where the double start can really start to plague.
32.
Oh, rescues it. Last start in hand. Adrian Gray would have been getting encouraged up. If he can get off early and find a treble, could still steal a bit of an advantage here.
What a lovely ricochet that was as well for that last double 16 to go. And both
36.
players off. Last start of their first visit in this final leg.
100. $134. 121. 58. 134.
Beaton. 114 for the match.
He's going to get 6 at it. Adrian Gray needed to find a couple of trebles there.
85.
Finds one with the last start, but it's not enough.
18. Not to be, but he has got time on his
58.
side, and he is going to come back. He's going to have a look at 56.
$140. Supercar 56.
Tops for a third win for Steve Beaton.
Getting shown on the match.
And he's
Steve
beginning
Beaton.
to make a move, beginning to make a charge is the bronze Adonis. He beats Adrian Gray by 3 legs to 2. Hard work at times. He did stretch a lead at 2-0, but Adrian kept him honest. It's Beaton who prevails. Simon Whitlock and Neil Duff is next. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series here on Pluto TV. Steve Beaton got the better of Adrian Gray by 3 legs to 2 before the break. Next up for us, it is a meeting between Simon Whitlock and Neil Duff. In terms of these two players' days, Duff top of the table, having won every single game that he's played so far. Whitlock 2 wins out of 3 without really playing anywhere near his best, if the truth be told. But for Neil Duff, he had a problem in his previous match against Steve Beaton in terms of the point coming out the board at the first visit of the match. And so he went back with the darts that he was trialling for the week, and it worked a treat as well. Averaging in excess of 90 in that game, 3 from 6 in terms of his doubling. As for Simon Whitlock, yes, he's on 4 points, but he's still looking for that real big, good performance.
32.
It's one of those, though, isn't it? If it keeps coming the way it does, he won't mind one bit. Results-based business, but the darts are back.
120.
So he has switched back to the darts he chose to play with today here, Neil Duff. These are the darts where he had an issue in regards to losing a point. So maybe
137.
managed to fix them in the back room. Well, you tend to find a lot of people just use a little drop of glue on the point.
135.
Playing well, but not overall comfortable with his setup. That be a fair summation?
I think he's comfortable with this setup. It's just that the setup didn't work out for him. They didn't want to stay intact.
$100. $60. Near the car, 146.
So Duff looking at 146 to get the break in the opening leg, not to be on this particular occasion.
95. Simon car, 132.
So Whitlock here looking at 132. Triple 19. Would have left the bullseye.
64. Near the car, 51.
Duff looking at 51 to take the opening leg. He's going to get 2 darts in his hand, a double top, of which he only needs the 1. Duff 1 up, 14 darter for the opening leg.
Second leg nailed it through first. Game on.
How many times do we see this from Neil Duff? Even when a Group A doesn't go to plan, he seemingly finds a way in the second group of the week, and that is what he's really doing this afternoon.
No
Well, there won't be many more performances and results if they keep going well before Neil Duff will be joining Leonard Gates on Saturday night, because everyone else is in this bit of a battle where they're beating each other. Simon Whitlock, the closest contender. A win here.
39.
And he will be guaranteed to be 4 points adrift of the chasing pack going into the final lap of fixtures.
60.
Well, Neil Duff here, averaging 107.09. If he could take this leg out cleanly, we could be on the cusp of the
42.
double trouble record, which stands at 102.48. John Henderson got it the last time out.
149.
Is that clean enough for you, Henry? Down to a double after 12.
Well, forget the double trouble record. We're looking at all-time double in, double out records potentially here.
58. Near the car, 32.
Takes this cleanly first start. We could be looking at record-breaking territory. But it goes with dart 3 to lead 2-0. 103.66 the average. If you are indeed interested, the record average is 106.45 in the World Grand Prix. That was hit by Alan Warrener back in 2001, the year he'd go on to win it.
32. $43.
But I think we're going to have to pass those floating forts now.
58.
It's interesting that none of the top 5 records have been breached since
100.
2016. They seem to be around about 2013, 2011, the majority of them across all the top 10. And we're told darts has never been so good.
171.
Yeah, the only one in the top 10 that's... Well, there's only 2 in the top 10 that breached the last 5 years.
140.
Dave Chisnall's 102.85 in a first round victory against Glenn Dummett by 2-0. And last year, Ross Smith averaged 101.79 in a 2-0 victory against Jan van Veen. I mean, the one that stands out is the 103.02 from Phil Taylor in a
96.
semi-final
45.
over 7 sets against Richie Burnett. Well, there used to be some way to take out the 145. Bull, number 15, Bull.
130. Sorry, 20.
If that went, the internet would have broke. Neil Duff looks at the 25 at the beginning of the 1-2-2.
When you know you're up
98.
against it and a performance like this from Neil
25.
Duff, sometimes you've got to try something like that from Simon Whitlock, but ironically misses the big number. 1 dart left, double 4.
No
Pulls
score.
it low.
The other car,
It's been
24.
the story of his day.
Oh, the average just ticks over a ton here for Neil Duff. And it's not going to be a 100.2 average, which it would have been if he took that with the first dart.
No score.
And in fact, he's
Simon
busted the
Carr,
whole lot.
25.
And he's given Whitlock a route back into the game. But he busted last time out himself, so he has to spurn a dart. 2 8s. Well, we've still
Ace
got a
on the third
contest
leg,
on,
Simon
despite
Whitlock.
the brilliance of Neil Duff. But it is the Duffman who has the darts here
4 point Neil
to
throw
complete
first.
the win.
Game on.
Probably an unexpected opportunity there for Simon Whitlock. The way Neil Duff's been playing, he probably thought it was job done and dusted.
40.
But in this best of 5 format, everything can change
score.
so quickly. Just after Keegan Brown against Simon Whitlock. Remember, Simon has already come back from a 2-0 deficit to win today. Duff looking to put his pedal to the metal and now looks to
140.
motor home and finish this game off once and for all.
72. $95. $49. $140.
We're going to get more opportunities now, Neil Duff, to get over the line, to guarantee that 4-point cushion in
56.
the qualifying
car,
places.
86.
It's been a really good performance, the best of the week so far for Neil Duff, and he's
Only
rounded
shot
off
on the
a
match,
14
Neil
darter. It's an average of 97.38, 3 from 6 on the doubles, a couple of 14 darters and a 15 darter the winning legs for Neil Duff in that contest. He beat Simon Whitlock by 3 legs to 1, but more pertinently, 4 wins from 4 to kick off his day. Group C, a different beast altogether for Neil Duff compared to Group A. Coming up next, the bottom 2, Mark Dudbridge and Keegan Brown. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
For
What a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Oh my word!
Tops for the screamer.
Game shot number
What a finish
4.
from Leonard.
Game
But
shot
there is no
and a match.
problems here for Robert
And the
Thornton.
Double Trouble 2 week champion.
17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible.
Game shot
And sometimes it's the biggest moments that make
You got to be kidding. Oh, that's cruelty from Neil Duff.
So this is the tournament bracket for Double Trouble 3. And then against one Group A yesterday afternoon. We're in the midst of a battle in Group C where Keegan Brown, Adrian Gray, Mark Dudbridge, Steve Beaton, Sam Whitlock and Neil Duff are going toe-to-toe. And then tonight, Group B will get underway with Steve West, Ross Montgomery and Ted Everts alongside Andreas Harrison and Robert Thornton. 10 o'clock live and exclusive here on Pluto TV. Next up for us, it is a meeting between Mark Dudbridge and Keegan Brown. It's the 4th game from home here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Flash against the needle, but both players desperately need points here. Dudbridge with just a solitary win to his name. That was against Simon Whitlock. Keegan Brown probably should have picked points up against the Wizard, but he would lose from a 2-0 lead in that game 3-2. And so it is the two cellar dwellers in a basement battle. A victory for Keegan would lift him off the bottom at the expense of Mark, who, if he could pick up a win here, would be level on 4 points with Simon Whitlock at the end of the 4th round of the day. We really have quickly sped through these matches here on this Thursday afternoon at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Dudbridge kicking off this game on double 11.
No score.
On the balance of play, you'd suggest that this was one where Keegan Brown would be favourite. The odds compilers, though, can't split them, and that may come down to the fact that Mark Dudbridge has the advantage of throwing first here. He's got to get in. He's got to use that advantage.
2.
Gets in on the lowest scoring target.
Doesn't matter
71.
how, as long as you do.
$41. $97. $28.
Struggling to keep them straight now, isn't he, Mark Dudbridge? This was something that became quite evident in his previous game when he was unable to pick up a leg, lost 3-0 to Adrian Gray. He's had 3 matches sat in the back now, a bit of time to try and regroup and come back to it, but really he's going to have to raise it quite some if he's going to keep pace here with Keegan Brown.
81.
Which feels strange to say when the player we're talking about here and the player that is sort of opening up a sizable gap is the man bottom of the
44.
table without a win.
$45. $100. $24. Keegan Carr 93.
So 93 for Keegan to take this opening leg.
34. $9.
Well, it's about darts going left and right, not one of those finding the designated line of which he was trying to throw on. Mark Dudbridge visibly struggling now. You feel like Keegan Brown
Second leg Keegan to throw first.
is just a couple of legs away from his first win, and you feel,
Game on.
looking at that picture of Mark Dudbridge at the moment, it feels a bit inevitable.
I know in the past there has been a couple of issues in terms
39.
of the shoulder sometimes for Mark, and if it doesn't quite play ball, then he won't be able to play ball.
No score. $80.
Keegan Brown's experienced enough, he's been around the top end of the game for long enough to know that this is a real opportunity. He sees his opponent misfiring, he'll see the angle of the dart, the wayward lines.
No
He'll
score.
really fancy the chance here to pick up some points.
$97. $32. $60. 40.
Pushing at it there, isn't he? The action breaking down for Mark Dudbridge. A lot of wrist in that last one.
99.
He's a player where it's all about the arm movement. The wrist just
84.
naturally comes
Keegan
over.
Carr,
The
126.
wrist engages and pushes. He's going to go high.
$101.
I think part of that is because he had time, and part of it maybe because he's just wanting to get the job done.
42. Keegan Carr, 25.
Well, Keegan looking at 25 to open up a 2-0 lead. It's 8-8.
Game shot in the second leg, Keegan Brown.
And Keegan will know as well that his opponent is struggling here. And it's a
Perfect
horrible
match to
scenario
throw
for him
first.
to be
Game on.
involved with. But Keegan as well at the same point has got a job to do. And if his opponent is struggling, that's not down to him. It's down to him to punish that as much as he can.
No score. $60.
Have you ever played in a game that's had this kind of feel to it before, where you could see your opponent really is visibly struggling? And what's it like to play in as the opposing player?
It's really hard because you want to
No
capitalise.
score.
It makes it really tricky. And you feel like you should be winning the game, but you're also fearful that they may kick in, and you feel like you've got something and you worry about it being taken away. Keegan Brown is handling this absolutely perfectly.
And the problem is, because of the format as well,
No
with
score.
it being double in, double out, that issue really does magnify. You know, say this is a normal environment where you can play straight in, you might be able just to salvage a few scores here or there, but because it's double in, double out,
140.
it's difficult because you have to hit a specific target to start the leg. He's not going to get brushed.
79. Keegan Carr, 121.
You could tell he's trying to smile through the pain, but Mark will want to forget about this experience. And in some ways, he'll probably just want Keegan to close this out as quickly
44.
as possible, just put him out of his misery.
$58. Keegan Carr, 77.
This to see it through. Double 11 for the match. Double 11 for
Game
3-0
shot in the match,
win.
Keegan Brown.
And for Keegan Brown, he beats Mark Dudbridge 3-0. You can see there was a visible struggle there from Flash. Nice handshake between the pair. Keegan knew the problems his opponent had, but has had to do his job, and he's done it professionally. Coming up next, Simon Whitlock and Steve Beaton.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie McGuire, 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
McGuire,
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage, approaching the hockey with a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
Charlie,
Threw the entire body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series here. The live lounge in Portsmouth before the break. Keegan Brown got the better of Mark Dudbridge by 3-0 into the final round of the day. Whitlock would take on Beaton, Brown up against Gray and Duff against Dudbridge. This is how the table looks going into it. Neil Duff leading the way. He's won all 4 of his matches and he's going to take on Mark Dudbridge at the end of the day to complete the card. Steve Beaton on 6 points, Whitlock on 4, with Keegan Brown, Adrian Gray and Mark Dudbridge with the solitary victory to their name. We've been watching all of the action here in the commentary box in the company of primetime Matthew Edgar. And look, so far it's been all about Neil Duff. He's been the main man, the main character today, hasn't he?
He has, and his last game's against Mark Dudbridge, and we've just seen Mark Dudbridge, and he was struggling in that last game. So I fully expect to see Neil Duff go and get that win, go through the card, 10 points today, and potentially just 1 win away from guaranteeing his place with Leonard Gates.
What's been your thoughts on Steve Beaton today?
It's this game's everything, isn't it, for Steve Beaton? Simon Whitlock just behind him in the table could easily start to close in on him here. So Steve Beaton's day will really be defined by what we're about to see here. If he is to lose this, he's in a battle. If he wins this, he's going to be 4 points clear overnight, and that's going to be a strong position to be in.
So Beaton, Whitlock, the third game from home on this Thursday afternoon here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. For Steve, the opportunity to end on 8, and it would keep himself within touching distance of Neil Duff. But perhaps more pertinently and more importantly for him, it would mean that there would be a 4-point gap between Beaton and Whitlock overnight. He'd have a 4-point gap from third place overnight. What we thought would be a very, very tight table in Group C could well be an onslaught for Messes Duff and Beaton.
Could still be a tight table just underneath them.
First leg, Simon to throw first.
Everybody else battling out for places.
So Whitlock's going to get us underway. Attacking the double 16 as his first
32.
target of choice and kicking off with dart 3 of his opening visit. Beaton straight off, straight in.
146.
A perfect start from the 16s.
$56. $70. 134. 137. 57. Supercar 148.
So Beaton here looking at 148 to take the opening leg of the match, not to be on this particular occasion.
$108.
Leads himself tops after 12.
48. Supercar 40. Getting shown the first leg, Steve
14
Beaton.
darts, some way to start for Steve, who, as he mentioned in the prelude to this game, has been a better version of himself today. Kicked off perfectly in leg 1. Gets off first start again in leg 2 of this contest. Whitlock is going on double 19. Just to tell you what else is happening over the course of the day, coming up once we're done here on Pluto TV, we will be playing one of our classical sessions here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, the Legends League, Group B, Day 1, involving Neil Duff, Richie Burnett, Conan Whitehead, Darryl Fitton and Chris Mason. That will be with you once we're done here.
139.
Probably around about 5 o'clock. Well, Beaton there by heading down to the 19th, hasn't left himself on a finish, but he's not going to be punished by the Wizard on this particular occasion.
81. 100. Supercar 85.
So 85 for Beaton for 2-0 lead. 20 in bull. The bullseye.
60.
Just clips the wire on the 25. And so Whitlock will return for this 110 to square up at 1 apiece.
$50. Supercar 25.
2 8s. 2-0 Beaton. He's a leg away from finishing his day on 8 points.
Third leg Simon to throw first. Game on.
The significance, though, is the guarantee of being 4 points clear of everybody else.
57.
That is the real important thing here, because he will sense that that's a big opportunity. And, you know, I think that might be enough. I don't know if anyone's going to be able to close that gap. And with that in mind, I would suggest that we're probably going to be looking at Leonard Gates, Neil Duff, Steve Beaton in the finals night, which is why I think this place is going to be sold out on Saturday.
And if you click that QR code, or you scan that QR code, it'll take you to dartshot.tv, where you can get your tickets for Saturday night here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Or any Saturday. Champions Week is coming up on April the 26th. Very, very few tickets left available for that, but there's still tickets nonetheless.
99.
Good fun is had by all when you're here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Well, this has been a really good performance from Steve Beaton, average in excess of a ton. But he's not going to rubber stamp it with a big, big finish.
100. 95. Supercar 60.
So then this for the match, and he's got plenty of time. It's double top. Steve Beaton with a performance which has rolled back the years. An average in the end of 100.2, the third ton plus average we've seen this week. 45 darts was all Steve Beaton needed to beat Simon Whitlock. Coming up next, Keegan Brown up against Adrian Gray. Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth. It's Adrian Gray and Keegan Brown, game 14 of the session. Before the break, Steve Beaton beat Simon Whitlock by 3-0. Game 14 of the day. Keegan Brown will win here. We'll move on to, in fact, the winner will move on to 4 points overnight. But it looks like maybe the top two is beginning to be settled after just a day's worth of play. Neil Duff on 8 points, Steve Beaton on 8 points. And they're going to guarantee to have at least that gap in the worst case scenario come the end of the day's action. Now, both players are on the same number of points, but would it be fair to say that Adrian Gray has had the better day in terms of performances?
Slightly, yeah. But Keegan Brown would have been encouraged in that last game.
First
yes,
leg,
it was
Keegan
against a
first.
very underwhelming, under par Mark Dudbridge, but it's a win. And he needed that, especially after missing match starts in the game before against Simon Whitlock. Wins can change everything, can change how you feel about things. I think this is going to be quite a close game. Wouldn't be surprised to see this go the distance.
No score. $108. No score. $60. $51. $59. $140. $77.
Things looking good here on the Keegan Brown throw.
55. $65.
Ideal there for
41.
Adrian Gray. Just couldn't get over that dart. Ends up plattering into the equipment. Gets a violent deflection. Keegan Brown didn't need to go this way. But one thing he's shown us today is if he's got a shot at something, he's going to have a go at it. He's gone for a bullseye finish at times when he hasn't needed to take it out. So, very much down the sort of Martin Adams school of thinking.
140. Keegan Brown 72.
So Brown looking at 72 to take the first leg. The treble leaves double 10, 52. And the double 10 does not go.
Adrian Brown 74.
Tops for Adrian.
54.
Doesn't go, and so Keegan's going to get 3 more opportunities to take out this opening leg.
Getting shown first leg, Keegan Brown.
Brown one up.
Second leg, Adrian to throw first. Game on. $56. No score. $85. 32. 57. 57.
'Got the feel of a game here where both players know the importance.
127.
Sort of win, you're still in the competition, where if you don't win this game, if you are going to lose this fixture, then it feels
57.
like your race is pretty much run in regards to the qualification of Group C.
$80. 60. Adrian 96.
Adrian Gray, 96 to level up at 1 apiece.
$56.
He's himself tops upon his return to level this contest up. Much more like it for Keegan. Just poses the question.
40.
His fifth maximum of the day as well. Is not found it too much of a problem in that department,
Shown
and
the
no
second
problem
leg,
in the
Adrian
department
Gray.
of the double 10 for Adrian Gray. A big exhale of
Keegan
breath.
goes
He
first.
knows
Game
he's
on.
not quite at his best at the moment, but there are vital points to play for here.
$32. 108. 59. 100. 58.
Chance here for Adrian Gray to make a bit of a move. This is on the Keegan Brown darts. He's already got ahead in
55.
regards to the scoreboard.
$98. 85.
Just trying to get some consistency, trying to get some feel, some rhythm.
58. Adrian 153.
Oh, very laboured.
And it's presented great with the opportunity of 6 darts here from 153 to get the break, which will put him 2-1 up, and then we'll give him the darts to win the game from this point onwards.
$97. 64. Adrian 56.
Double top
Getting shown the third leg. Adrian
for the
Gray.
break, and a 2-1 lead for Adrian Gray.
Fourth leg.
And
Adrian
control.
through first.
A chance to leapfrog himself into third position, where he would be just 4 points off a qualification place overnight.
Well, doesn't matter what double, as long as you're in.
34. 89. $45. 140.
Well, Keegan making the better of the run with that 140 turn there, forcing the issue of Gray on
41.
his throat. And it could be a game that looks set to go the distance, to go the whole 5 legs.
180.
Second maximum of the game there, Keegan Brown, 6th of the day. No problems with filling it up.
180. Keegan Brown,
No problems for
92.
Adrian Gray. This may be a little bit too late in this individual leg to take us all the way.
68.
And that would have been for 12 darts as well against the throw for Keegan Brown. Haven't seen too many 4-visit legs. You seldom do see them in this particular format. But he's put himself in a real good position in this leg, and he's going to come back for double 12 to take us all the way to leg 7. In it goes, 13 darter, level we are, 2-2. And we head to a deciding leg.
Keegan to throw first, game on. $41. $39. $44. $58. $84.
Oh, that's perfect for Adrian Gray.
100.
He'd have been expecting more. That's the reaction. That's why you're getting the grimace across the face there for Adrian. He'd have thought at least a 140.
58.
Keegan just can't land a blow here. He's had 12 darts and he's not even halfway through the leg. He was looking at winning a leg just moments ago in that many darts.
100.
It's just not gone to plan in this last leg for Keegan Brown. But Adrian hasn't quite hit big. He's kind of tunned Keegan into submission.
30.
But Keegan cannot find any kind of heavy artillery. And so Adrian here looking to make Brown's day grey.
$140.
That 140 leaves 64 to win the match 3-2. For Keegan, it looks like, unless he can find an act of divine inspiration here, and that maximum might help.
Adrian Carr, 64.
Now this leg becomes a little bit more interesting. It looked like possibly Adrian Gray was going to have time and comfort to take out this 64. But if he doesn't take it, his opponent's going to be on the same number to win the match. Double 16. Wraps it up and rounds it off for Adrian Gray. A 3-2 success against Keegan Brown, and it means that Conquer will be on 4 overnight. It gives him an outside chance, but Keegan Brown's got big work to do tomorrow. 3-2 to Adrian Gray in our penultimate match of the day. Neil Duff and Mark Dudbridge comes after the break, our last game of the session. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. It's our final game of the afternoon session as Neil Duff takes on Mark Dudbridge to round off the day's proceedings here in the live lounge in Portsmouth. At least the afternoon's proceedings. We'll be back later on tonight from 10 p.m. here on Pluto TV to see how Group B is going to get underway. We'll see Ross Montgomery for the first time since winning the World Seniors Championship last month. Steve West will appear in his first Specials week. Meanwhile, we'll also see Tedward Everts return to the Double Trouble fold. We're going to round off with Neil Duff and Mark Dudbridge, the meeting of top and bottom. And
First leg, Neil did through first.
let's just say if the last round of fixtures are anything to go by, there is probably no other outcome than a 3-0 win for Neil Duff.
Yeah, you feel like this will be over in a flash.
Ah, I see what you did.
120.
Duff straight out the traps. Mark has decided to, because of the problems he had in the previous game,
No score.
to head across the centre of the board, hoping that a miss somewhere will give him an opportunity to get off at a different target.
$45.
I suppose that's the best thing to do, isn't it? If you've got a few little struggles, if you're feeling a little bit tense, a little bit tight, down the sides, just give you that luxury, give you that chance, and we've got that there. I don't think he was going for a double
36.
eight, but it's easier to hit a neighbouring double, and he's in.
And that's all that matters. But also, Neil Duff, will know what happened in the previous game. And we talk about the psyche of how Keegan Brown dealt with the situation, but can it actually be tougher when you know the opponent you're playing did have difficulties in the game before, that you know what the issue is, where Keegan had to learn that as the game went along?
66.
Yeah, because you can become expectant, and right now Neil Duff's just got to get the job done, get the points, because again, this will be his first game tomorrow as well, which will mean there's a chance here that he could be pretty much done and dusted before anyone else gets a chance to throw a dart. He could be on 12 points, which I think's the cut-off
56.
before anyone approaches the dart. That's a
56.
great position.
It's double top.
16.
Doesn't go. Dudbridge just now looking to tick the score down and to keep sense of respectability.
26. The other car, 40. Getting shown the
And
first
Duff
flag, Neil.
is into the lead.
Second leg mark to throw first. Game on. No score.
That target just working so well for Neil Duff, isn't it? Going in, going out, no problems. He's got a friend now. He's got an ally in tops.
I suppose the problem Mark Dudbridge has got here is he's got to come back tomorrow and face the music again.
You know what he said earlier? In his mind, it's still all there.
41.
And he'll come in here encouraged, hopeful, excited. A prospect to put right the wrongs. As a player, you'll always believe that you won't get 2 days like he's had today. And he has got a win. Picked up a win, game number 2 against Simon Whitlock.
59.
So he's got points on the board. Can still come and play for positions. But maximum points would be available if he isn't to beat Neil Duff today. Would be 12, which is still what I think is going to be the qualifying points. So there's still positives in there.
Well, Neil Duff is averaging 101.52 in this contest.
42. The other car, 156. $140. 96. The other car, 16.
Duff double 8 here for 2-0 lead. He's doing his job and he is doing it proficiently. Efficiently. Into the top corner and into a 2-0 lead. 100.2 with a Neil Duff average.
Like Neil to throw first. Game on. $60.
Well, that's the first time Mark
45.
Dudbridge has got off first visit for quite a while now. In fact, not since game 3 against Adrian Gray has he done so.
60. $44. $180.
Well, this one's not going to have long left in it. Neil Duff once again ticks the average over the 100 mark. Solid performance, solid
40.
day. Going to call it now, Henry. He's going through the card.
Yeah, there's no way Mark Dudbridge is going to do anything from this point onwards.
125.
76
59. The other car, 76.
for the match. Averaging 102 just under. It's double top. It's a win for Neil Duff. It's 100.2 the average. And that's 2 top plus averages we've seen in the last 3 games. One from Steve Beaton, one from Neil Duff. He gets the better of Mark Dudbridge by 3 legs to 0 to round off the day's action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Analysis and reaction to come on the other side of this short break.
$54. Charlie Maguire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
Got
done.
in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Neil Duff got the better of Mark Dudbridge by 3 legs to 0, and that has completed the card for the Duff man on the opening day's worth of play in Group C. This is how the table looks come the end of it. Duff completing the card, 10 points to his name. Steve Beaton in the other qualifying position, 4 wins from 5 for him, and he has a 4-point gap from those below him in terms of the league table. But a perfect day for Neil Duff, and he joins himself and Matthew Edgar in the studio. You have this ability, Neil, that no matter what happens in a Group A campaign, when it comes to the second group of the week, you just seem to switch it on.
Yeah, it just always seems to manifest itself here every time, and I don't know what I'm doing different. I actually thought I played pretty well Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Just didn't get the results. That 2-0 up twice yesterday and lost them, and so I went into it today going, that's not going to happen. You just need to kill these games off, and yeah, playing with my own Neil Duff darts, and I really should get rid of the rest of the darts, and I know, and yeah, it was just completely different mindset, different everything, and the results just came.
So is the experiment pretty much done for yourself? You kind of know that actually Old Faithfuls are the ones that work, or?
Yeah, but they are until you have a bad game, and then you go, and then you blame the darts, and you go, I'm gonna have to try something else now, you know. So, I know I can play with them darts. I was kind of unfortunate to have a point loss on them. But yeah, I'm kind of trying to go for a straighter barrel, but I think if it's not broke, don't fix it, and pretty much proved to myself today that every other set of darts is going to have to go and stick with my own, you know.
In terms of today, what was the most pleasing facet about your performances?
That it didn't give away chances. I've kicked myself. Actually, Monday and Tuesday, I felt like I played well, and I walked back thinking, well, you can't be too hard on yourself. Yesterday I was hard on myself. Yesterday I went back to the house and I closed myself off in the room, and I was annoyed because I was carving out chances and then not taking them, and it's almost criminal to do that there. I was 2-0 up on Simon, let it go. 2-0 up on Andreas, let it go. Where the Wednesday Group A table could have been completely different. So yeah, I had to augment my own way of thinking to win the new group this morning. Just to go in and go, I'm not giving chances away. I can't afford to. Not with that field of players. Not with it being double in, double start. So my doubling in today was a lot better than it has been. My doubling out has been nigh on perfect, I think. So yeah, and so I just need to keep it going now.
So would you say the most important thing for yourself has been regrouping the right way?
Yeah, but that's what I do. That's what I do when I'm in Portsmouth. When you've got Group A, you've got the safety net of Group B or C. When you're in Group B or C, you don't have the safety net. So then you'll see the better coming out, the best coming out in players. And that's what I do on a regular basis down here. And I probably need to stop it and just start trying to do it from the off. But it's working for me. And if I played the way I played today, I'd be hard to shift on Saturday night.
And ultimately, that's what it's all about. And this is what you've said to us on so many occasions. Group A is kind of regards anything that happens during the week is regards about doing the job on the Saturday evening. Yeah,
it's not about how you get there. It's just get there. There are 12 players over the course of the 5 days, and the main objective is to get to Saturday night. Once you're on Saturday night, then you take your chances. But if I do it on Group A or Group B or Group C, I don't care, as long as I'm still playing on Saturday night. There's nothing worse than having played a week and having to sit in the crowd and watch. I definitely didn't want to do that there. Dominic and my partner's coming over at the weekend, so I wanted to be able to sit out there and watch me playing.
We mentioned earlier on this morning, as soon as we saw Neil begin to rally off a few wins, that things felt a bit different today.
Yeah, there was just sort of a different focus, a different sort of steeliness. And a lot of this comes down to as well how you start a day. Because I think all the players we spoke to have all given us the same story, that they're aware of the quality that this week possesses. And when you're going into a week like this and you look around and you just see quality players all around you, you have to start well. You don't want to be in a field like we've got here. This is possibly the greatest Group C we've had on paper. And the last thing you want to be doing is trying to chase this and trying to get points back later on in the day, because there is only the 2 places from 6. And as Neil says, this is the last chance to get that Saturday night place.
There's always a sense of urgency anyway when you're in a Group C because of the 2 from 6 nature. If you drop one game, it can lead to a fatality later on down the line. But did it feel even more impactful this year when you consider the clientele you were with?
This is the thing, because you're getting into a group where there's 6 players and 2 comes out of the group, and you know you've got Simon Whitlock and Steve Beaton in the group. You're up against it right from the off. Matt touched on it there. I went actually when I'm a different determination. You'd almost see me grip my teeth. I was a completely different focus, because I knew that I couldn't drop points to Simon or to Steve. I actually enjoy playing Steve. I get the upper hand on him more often than not. So, but the 3 guys coming in fresh, you don't know what they're going to bring to the table. So you need to be right on it from the off, and it's going to be the 2 best players in the group that actually goes through.
I think the best way you can sort of describe it in sort of a like-to-like crossover is kind of the difference between 11-a-side and 5-a-side football. It's the same game. You're still putting the ball in the goal, you're still playing with the ball. But when you play 11-a-side football, you've got some space. You can have a bit of time to walk around. You don't have to be running all the time. 5-a-side football, it's grit your teeth and sprint and move and run and pace. You don't have the time to sort of just have a little wander or just stand for position. And that's kind of what this group was. That was the difference between the two. It's like we've watched the 11-a-side, now get in there and we're going to battle it out. And yeah, that grit between the teeth is vital.
I don't want to talk about this little bit of rivalry that's developing between yourself and Steve Beaton. 7 times you've played each other already this year at the Live Lounge. You've won 5 of those meetings. It just looks like when you two play each other, you seem to bring the best out of each other. What particularly makes you two tango so well?
I think because we've just become so good friends. We've become really, we talk to each other away from the darts as well. And I actually take a lot from Steve. He's been around a long time, and anything that he can do to improve my game. So he just kind of does bring out the best in me whenever I'm playing. But he's such a talented guy, and probably he's the one out of the group that I actually go into the great game going, right, Neil, you can't slip up here. So it does manifest as my best game in it. And but the thing is, one of the 2 that he beat me was on a Saturday night, and I think it was 2 legs up or 3 legs up, and lost that one there. So that's a sore one. But we banter each other about wins and stuff like that there. And yeah, hopefully the 2 of us will be here on Saturday night. We can have an hour, we crack at each other,
We've spoken about rivalries here in the past, and even though we're only 3 months now into the year, it feels like Neil and Steve, they've met in a Specials Week before, they met in a Specials Week gear, and we don't quite know where their paths are going to tread as the year goes forward as well. This could be one of the real matchups to look out for here in 2025.
Different players give you different feels, give you different games, and it's the same when you're playing as well. There's certain players you really enjoy playing, and there's some you hate. And it could come down to different reasons. Some just, you feel comfortable around other people. Some people have a bit of an aura about them when they play. Some people, when they play, are just a little bit slower in their delivery. Some are slow getting to the hockey. Some are really quick and get out your way, and you feel like you're at the hockey all the time. There's different players, and we, as pundits, we look at it between the levels, and we look at the standards that they're producing. What are they winning? What are they averaging at the moment? What are the stats? But as a player, you don't really care about that stuff. You go, are they a good player? Are they not? That's your assumption. Are they good or not? And then you go, right, do I want to play them? And then you go, right, I don't want to play him, he's too slow. And you sort of look at different things and different reasons. And actually, when you look at the pacing and everything and the way that both Neil and Steve approach the hockey, it's kind of perfect. It's that perfect rhythm. And it just lets you get in that flow, and you can just be yourself and be free. It's almost like there's no opponent. And that's why we're getting some good games in that head-to-head.
W was all right today.
Yeah, for a nice change. Yeah. Listen, if anyone had the names that's in that group, if anybody said I was going to go through the card, I'd have told them they were telling lies. But, to come through a full day on the card with Simon and Steve not there, I am over the moon.
15 out of 30 was your doubling out 50% in terms of finishing legs off. And that was the best of anybody in the group. And you mentioned it earlier on, it's that clinical nature that you need to have, particularly with the company that you're in. Yeah,
but it's up to me now to go out tomorrow and do it 15 out of 25. You know what I mean? Always try and better that there every time. But yeah, 100%. I'll take it. I'm over the moon to get the results that we got today. But there's always room for improvement, and that's kind of the focus that I take on it. Is that, yeah, I can do better.
And you've got this constant strive for perfection, haven't you? Really?
Yeah, well, it's the constant strive to tick a couple of boxes down here in Portsmouth. Mm-hmm. You know, yeah, I want my double trouble title back. I think Robert's had it long enough now. But again, I want to win another weekly series. I want to win a Champions Week. That's what I want to do, and they're tick boxes. And I know when you're playing down here, the standard is so good that your B game's not going to cut it. Today, if I played my B game today, I wouldn't be anywhere near where I am now. But yeah, and I like to think that it actually just makes me a better player all the time.
We'll have another quick chat with you in just a second. Myself and Matt are going to round up everything else that's happened today. This is how the table looks then overnight. Neil Duff top of it with 10 points to his name. Steve Beaton on 8, and everybody else further back. 4 points for Graham Whitlock, 2 points for Brown and Dudbridge respectively. In terms of Steve Beaton, there was points today where he looked focused, measured, but there was also a little bit of patchy stuff there as well overall, wasn't there?
Yeah, and you're going to get that. We're judging players not just over one game, where traditionally you watch a player play on TV, they've had 2 to 3 hours to prepare for that moment. You don't tend to then have to watch them again and again and again. And it's hard to balance and manage that day. You know, Steve Beaton's not used to this sort of environment here that we have at the Super Series. And it does take a little bit of adjusting, the sort of the highs, the lows, the ups, the downs, losing a game and having to come back and play again, which is something we never do. So there's lots of other factors in there. And I think Steve's going to get used to that as the year goes on. He's certainly got better as the week's gone on. And we did see a more consistent version of him today. He's sat in a very good position in the league table. I think he's quite strong there. 4 points clear. You look at the 4 players below him, they're all going to be beating each other. I don't see anyone coming through and sort of running the card out of those 4 positions. So I think he's rock solid in second.
When you look at the way Adrian Gray's played today, will you feel like he may have left a couple of points out there, particularly with a couple of 3-2 defeats?
Quite possible. He had some good moments, didn't he, Adrian Gray? But I think in general he had a line of consistency. And I think he's got maybe what his performance warranted today. I don't think he performed any better than the other 4 players he's in that battle with at the moment to see who's going to emerge and try and challenge the 2 players at the top. So he may feel he does, as dart players we always do. We always think we've missed something. If we miss one dart at a double, then we believe we should win the World Championship. So maybe he's going to go away and think he's missed some opportunities somewhere, but on the same aspect, it's probably been a very fair balance.
And then in terms of Simon Whitlock, is it just fair to say his week just hasn't got going yet?
More than fair to say. You know, that Group A campaign was not what we expected of Simon Whitlock, and he's not really changed it too much today. When we talk about tinkering and changing of equipment, he's changing all the time. He's not settled in anything he wants to do. I don't think he's seeing anything positive in the changes that he's making right now. It's concerning signs for Simon, and I think he's probably just going to want to get this week over and done with and then go back, reassess and try and figure something out.
Well, that's Simon Whitlock there getting the better of Keegan Brown by 3 legs to 2. Whitlock coming back from 2-0 down in that game to get the better of Keegan there. But in terms of yourself, Neil, I feel like a broken record because I feel like I've constantly asked this question at the end of a Thursday. Job to do Friday, is it just about carrying on pretty much?
Yeah, well, I'm not going to go into it slapstick. I will begin into it just the same as I did today. If anything, I want to first secure that I'm going to be there Saturday night, and then get wins against the guys who that could, like Steve, who I could end up facing on Saturday night, just for the mental uppage of it, you know. But yeah, I'll be getting into it to win every game again tomorrow.
You mentioned the head-to-heads. How important are they over the course of a week here?
Psychologically, they're massive. Today was the first day I beat Simon. I felt I should have beat him, but was maybe the mental side of it the reason why I gave away a 2-0 lead yesterday. But it's like anybody's going to be successful, they have to learn by their mistakes. So, yeah, I did think about it long and hard last night, and I kind of figured that I did throw one away against Simon yesterday because he's had the better hand on me the last 2 days. So to put that right today, yeah, it means a lot. If he does happen to scrape through tomorrow, it holds me in a good place then to play him on Saturday night.
And we have seen that head-to-head come, and actually it could be a twofold thing. We saw it last week. Peter Vittori beat Scott Campbell in the group, but it actually gave Scott Campbell the fire in the belly to then win the final on Saturday night.
Yeah, that's sort of one of those sickening scenarios of a Saturday night. You beat someone and they're not gone. They can always come back and haunt you. And we see it so many times where the player comes back after losing earlier on and flips the result around just this past week. So, yeah, it's vital, really, that you don't sort of let concentration lapse. You've got to... We're not light switches. You can't just turn it on and off. And you can't go, okay, I'm just going to coast through these ones and now I need to do it again, because you get into that sort of lazy habits, that lazy psychology. You need to be able to switch on and sort of ignore the fact of, okay, I'm already through. Right, now I want to win the group. Now I want to do it winning all my games. And there's always something to refocus and sort of reset yourself on.
Talking about switches, I heard you sorted the thermostat out at long last.
Yeah, poor Robert. Poor Robert. Yeah. Well, I'd kind of had enough as well because I don't like a warm place whenever I'm trying to sleep. I always waking up with a very sore head if the room's too warm. So I've had the windows open, and then the foghorns were going from Portsmouth Harbour. No, I can't be doing this here. So yeah, I went down and turned the thermostat down and then hit it. Sorry, Robert, but yeah. The house is a lot easier place to live in now.
Well, it's red hot, Neil, and that is it from us. Matt, thank you. Neil, thank you. See you later on tonight from 10 p.m. to see Group B get underway. For all of us here, thank you for watching. Take care. Bye-bye for now.
What a finish. What a man.
The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout push.
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!